welcome back to the stream place where I hear we do some stream arts. Allegedly. Allegedly. Oh gosh, it's been a minute. In fact, it's been so long that number is no longer accurate. If I can point the correct direction. There we go. I keep thinking it's like the back corner of the room, but that's not correct. It's right next to me. Yeah, I can't update that number manually very easily. So it's just gonna say that until someone follows, but like technically we're actually 5 under that, but whatever. I don't know why that's the thing I decided to open with. How is everybody doing? What has happened in everyone's lives while I've been away? Also, I really need to like find a way to make, gosh. Okay, so I have it's called an EK Express Key remote. All this is just like a set of buttons that has a magnet on the back, and I stick it to my tablet. So I can have like a bunch of buttons available to me. I use way more than this with my keyboard setup, so I can't actually use this. But what I do use it for is to quickly change my mouse from like only on this monitor to my whole desktop. That way I can navigate like all my screens with the tablet. It doesn't stick very well. First, like, it's recently just decided to say like, hey, you know what? I'm gonna slide like a lot more. And it's weirdly super annoying. What's going on in your life? An absolute shitstorm. Oh my gosh. I am sorry. Have you considered sucking on some chili dogs? That might help. Well, school and stress because of school. You know, hopefully you've been adapting well to it all. It's always stressful at first, for sure. By the way, we do have a bit of a queue. It's just like a couple of things that I want to work on, and I have a 30-minute arts. I don't know if we're going to be doing that on stream. I have a method that might work, but I don't know if I really want to test it with that. But there's a possibility that we do a 30-minute arts. Like I've been assigned 30 minutes. Someone has bought 30 minutes of my time to do a piece. I'm gonna pull up this ref. But right now I'm just doing like a warm-up thing of I don't know who I should do warm-up of. I'm thinking Sunset, but I'm kind of honestly pivoting into Azel a little bit. Like Sunset is kind of my go-to default if I don't really have anything to draw right now. If I want to post something popular, then I would do, gosh, I would draw Val. So Poke Farm again. Nice 10 weeks. What is Poke Farm? What? It's only 10 weeks. There's so much going on. All tests in just 10 weeks. I believe in you. You got it. But again, don't be afraid to like, you know, leave this stream if you need to like focus on something, or if obviously school is taking up a lot of brain power or whatnot. Because that stuff's important. It's like 10 weeks of that, and then you have so much more time afterwards. Okay, so I made a browser game where you are a Pokemon breeder. Oh, interesting. It's like, was it similar to a lot of those like monster raising or dragon raising games where it's like you can mix this and this to make this, or to make this different thing? Your goal is to try and like find all of them, or is it more akin to like, you know, you can actually like you actually get like different forms of the different Pokemon? It's bringing your center noise in the background. That's totally fine. Estimation point YouTube. If you want the link to the VOD channel, if you want other stuff to listen to in the background. part of wanting to do some type of warm-up is so that I also remember how to draw. Speaking of just general updates, occasionally I will add music to the stream playlist. And today I actually removed some. And I went, you know what? It's been a minute since I've updated the timer for it. How many hours is in the stream playlist? It was at 34, a little over 34 hours. Now it is at 39 hours. We have almost 40 hours of music in this here playlist. It is growing nicely, but I want to get it up to like 100 hours. Right. So we're getting eggs from a professor from the lab. You hatch the egg and raise the Pokemon. You can have 6 eggs in your party at once. You can interact with each Pokemon once a day, and you visit other breeds to interact with their Pokemon. The goal is to complete the egg decks and Pokedex by hatching, raising, breeding Pokemon. There are fusion exclusives in this game. Oh, okay. Yeah, no. Yeah, that sounds like just a chill, I don't have to think type of thing. I can totally see why someone would want to play that. Ah! What on earth is that icon from? Oh, it's, why the fuck is a, okay, that's a BGTV Global. I don't know what it's supposed to mean. Okay, that exists, I guess. Death! Well, it's C, not D. I would assume that to be D then. Kind of liking this, but not super liking this. What you doing today? I am, well, right now I'm just doing a little bit of warm-up. I honestly don't really know what I'm doing at the moment. I'm just kind of drawing a thing until I feel kind of content with it. And I guess we're starting off with not Azul, Sunset. But I am going to be working on my kind of general to-do list. I have a couple of things in the Trello queue, including a 30-minute art that I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that on stream. I kind of generally don't do the timed arts unless it's like the freebie paintings on stream. But I download that one program that like tells you how long you're in a program or you're active in a program. And I want to try and see if I can't use that effectively for like a 30-minute arts that feels decent to do. Small. But yep. Otherwise, it's just kind of getting back into like proper arting for this long and everything. It's kind of the goal today. What are you up to? Nugget. I'm out here giving my mommy Saber cannon babies. Oh, okay, your Saber character. That's right. I was like, what the fuck is this? Are these words you just said? You're a saber-tooth tiger character. Yeah, word soup. I make these ears a little bit too big. And I guess I could go over the freaking fish tank adventure today. Like, I got some photos and such, and also I wrote down... At a certain point, I actually started writing down the daily events of everything, because good gosh, is it so hard to keep track of everything. I know I have things in the wrong order too, because every day so much shit happened. That's a badly fish. I'm gonna wait a little bit for people to show up. Oh my god, that looks so fucking cute. Hold on, pulling this on stream. That just looks fucking cute. And zoomed out a little too far. What the heck? You know, I'm waiting for people to show up so I don't have to go through the story like 4 times or be like, oh, watch the VOD. I think the VOD can take a few days before it's on the YouTube channel. By the way, additional plug for the VOD channel. Of course it is, so people know it even exists. I'll actually make that into a timer. I have so many freaking timers. It's great. And... I'm thinking I'm kind of liking this pose right now. Just trying to get some more of these little details in. Also, Unto, what prompted the Saber Mom thing? It's like, let's just give like children. I can't really judge it all because I made Val into a mom too, so don't know. Nah, that's totally valid. Snoot is a little small. It's still like a sketchy sketch. Again, don't know how far I'm even taking this art, but I do kind of like Sunset's colors. Big snoot, just big old snoot on her. It's so weird, like, it's not that I haven't been streaming, because I have been. Thank you so much, Entabo. But it's just like, it feels weird that like I haven't done an art stream in so long. It's like, shoot, I don't even know what I'm supposed to do. To be fair, I didn't know what I was supposed to do before either, so, you know. Bigger snoot. No. Do I move this arm in front instead, I wonder? Yeah, you know, I actually like that a little bit more. It truly looks like she was doing something. And it's just like, whoever this is just interrupted her. Then we have this like nice swirl of the body here. All right, I'm digging that pose. Gonna make that head just a little smaller. Again, I have absolutely no thoughts going into this art. So who knows what the heck I'm gonna make right now. It's like, I might just end up keeping it with the really sketchy lines. Or I could actually try for a... Okay, you know what? I know what I'm doing. I need the sunset ref. We're gonna try a bit of a lineless style. Ooh. And we're gonna do it not in a painting way, kind of like strictly not with my painting tools. We're gonna do this with just this ink pen. I think this will be a fun little challenge just to warm up with. So it's like we're gonna basically go down the body with just this tool, and then we'll go through and refine it all later on. Yeah, I can kind of find that. Okay. Keep the sketch above, so that way I can kind of adjust stuff as needed. Lines your lineless. That's just freaking rude. Then it'd be a lined lineless piece, and who wants that? Just kind of getting this overall shape in so I can just bucket fill this. Makes my life a little easier. All right. Hangry, you destroy. Why are you hangry? Go get yourself a snack or something. Or don't. I don't know. Like, don't destroy, I mean. The dishwasher can't yet. Dang. Look at Fancy Pants over here at the dishwasher. It's like 5 minutes left. Okay. So we have to deal with you being hangry for only like 5 minutes, you're saying? If it goes longer than 5 minutes, then I'm gonna have to ban you. Because I can't have liars here.
Riot!
Look, a riot.
Riot!
Yeah, get all of your fish now. Before you're absolutely kicked from the community. I don't know why I didn't do the thing with this type of style is you have to work back to front. So like what elements are behind other elements, and you gotta do those ones first. So like the face color is behind the hair. So I really messed up by doing the hair first. Right now I just kind of want to block in everything, and then I'll go through and kind of detail it. So yeah, doing the hair like that was not wise. Don't beat me up. Yeah, see, you lost stuff. Don't beat me up for it. This is gonna be probably one of those more chill streams. We'll find out. Kind of whenever I kind of come back from a bit of a break. That's always the case, which is fine. Nah, fuck that. No. It has to be super hyper energy or else, like, why am I even here? I'm not gonna do all the energy though. You made him. I did not, though. I didn't make that animation. That's what you're talking about. Yeah, this haircut doesn't come over here at all. Vote for Satan's a vote for Satan. Yep. I wish I knew the context, but oh well. Blaze it for Satan. Yo, we blazing for Satan in here? Let's go. Gosh, it's like, it's really bizarre because, like, I haven't been able to stream because I've been, like, you know, exhausted and or recovering from stuffs and or busy with stuffs, right? But now it's like, yeah, I'm streaming again. What the fuck have I done? Built a fish tank, armored core. Like, literally everything else has been just, like, not even a factor in my life. Fuck. Do I give her another bid? I don't know. Why not? It's like, one should be plenty to have to deal with, but I mean, it's a fictional character, who cares? This style, I already can tell, will feel very tedious. Ah, shit. Hey, have yours at the Prime for 11 months. You almost have the shark. Thank you so much for the support. Hope you're having a lovely day. Everything is going your way. And everyone died from the Mantis raid. Well, GG's, everyone. She can burl boss 2 kids. She's burly and a boss. I hear it. I'm actually gonna change my color grabber to only grab from this layer. That way I can grab like underneath the sketch and I'm not going to like ruin anything. We want for now another art, a new baby and a toddler or whatever. Oh yeah, there you go. Who's the dad? Like, I never even asked that. Well, I guess people asked that for Val, so. No, okay. Fuck if I know. Yeah, that's valid. That's not an important question. Like, it's not important to know. Let's be real. Child. Nugget. This thing's a snake arm. Yep. At least that way, like, anyone can kind of claim being a parent with a Val. Jello there. Just want you to end up being girlfriends with Mask Saber Girl. I mean, why not? Was it, Vivinian Bander is super fucking cute. Becomes girlfriends with Mask Saber Girl. And then she's gonna have like 2 kids already. Sounds cute. Just trying to imagine how I'm going to be doing the sucking on chili dog part of this art. It's really bizarre to have to put a sucking on chili dog part in it, but you know, that's just how it goes sometimes. Found the babies in the dumpster truck. They're really dirty raccoons. They just love being babied now. Like, we're not going back to that. This shit's awesome. Like, wild raccoons are anthro raccoons. Baby wild and they get older anthro? Oh. Yep. In this universe, they become anthro because they're raised by an anthro character. It's crazy how that works. Oh, now I just saw the tongue and I was like, damn it. I probably should have done something with that. It's really fun to draw. Oh well. Find baby in the dumpster and after washing found raccoons, they can turn anthro. It's a very strange universe for sure. I'm probably gonna give it like another, I don't know, 15-ish minutes, and then I'm gonna start talking about fish tank stuffs. That'll probably take over stream for a short time. So someone set a timer 15 minutes. Dumpster diving for big boob raccoon girlfriend. That sounds like a line from a song. Like, obviously not one that I've heard or anything, but like that sounds like it could be a line from a song. Like, dumpster diving for a big boob raccoon girlfriend. Alright, I had to kind of make up a color for the eyelash. Yeah, we're basically just gonna have to use like straight black. It's such a dark everything. That'll have to do. Dumpster Dashi's raccoon maid. I don't even know if that's a reference to something or what. He's feeling pretty good. The rest of the body is not. So if we get rid of the sketch for a second. Yep. This is gonna be an effort. This thing is not going to get done. Gosh, especially since it's actually like the worst way to do this drawing style. Like this crackle style. Being made fighting the urge not to go through the trash and leaving a dumpster like their master was. And now we're looking for Big Boob, was it? Big Boob Raccoon Girlfriend, not Big Boob Raccoon Maid. This is getting kind of an interesting little effect on it though, even if I'm not a big fan of this specific look for, or at least a big fan of how much effort this is going to take to have to actually do. Because it's important to make it look like lava and not just like a bunch of dots or a weird fur pattern. So you want it to like be all crackly. Yeah. Different Anthro raccoon needs. Oh my gosh. It's like, I found you in the trash. Go clean my house. I feel like you're not going to get a very clean house if you pick up someone from out of the trash and put them to work. Both because, why do they want to bother? And secondly, they don't exactly have a good, like, history of clean if they're dumpster diving and you pulled them out of it. Not to say that somebody who dumpster dives is inherently dirty, but I mean, the odds aren't exactly in your favor either. I'm searching to see if mine's capable of having a child. I think I should make just a child. Oh, level ups are, I guess. Caring for a child. Looking at the characters, which one of these can even care for a child? You know, maybe maybe none of them should. Over here, like, I have Smilf, I have Index, who's like a main defining character trait is very overly caring for others. Freaking... Yeah, I know I have more, I just can't think of anything off the top of my head. Well, trust me that they exist. Children with a drinking permit. You have Hentabo as a character? Maybe they'll grow attached to the child by facing hardships together, like in Last of Us. I thought you said, like, reading quickly before I actually, like, paid attention to what I was reading. I thought you said, like the rest of us. I'm like, what was your family dynamic like? I'm sorry? But no, like the last of... Got it. Anyway, Sensibo, you straight up call yourself a toddler, alright? Sure, I'm the blame for that, but still. I'm just opening a peanut butter and jelly jar. Will they be able to open it? And will their friendship grow? No, because one person opened up the peanut butter and just took the entire jar and ran. It was devastating. He'll go into a Watch Mojo anime betrayals list. How dare they? It's truly abysmal. They just didn't care enough, I guess. I don't know. Like I'm talking for someone else's character that doesn't exist now I think about it. I should bring this up a little bit before I cut into it like that. See, I don't want this to just look like fire. I want this to look like broken up rock. I'm not going to go through this much detail on the rest of these, but I wanted something on the face because then it'll kind of make the rest feel a lot better. It's like, oh yeah, the face looks like that, so that means the body all do blank too. I'm gonna be honest, I don't like that. You're stopping me, you're already in episode 105 because this is very annoying anime. Yeah, no. I don't like the look of that, like at all. Dang it. I can go back to this tool and kind of try and merge the sketch and the colors together. That might be kind of a fun little challenge. Or I can get rid of the colors, just do another layer underneath and just actually try and add in the stuffs here. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this. You know what, fuck it, let's just refine the sketch for now. Like 5 more minutes before I just start rambling about fish tank stuffs. I said I'd take that long, I'm gonna take that long, dang it. Yeah, actually, I already said I'm not a huge fan of like, I love the pose, but I wanted to do something with the mouth. So let's, I don't know, let's just find something with that. Went from should I give her another baby to PBJ has 1997. Amazing timeline. Yeah. Yeah, that's the timeline we find ourselves in. It's not only an amazing timeline, it's our timeline. Make chicken pasta now. Enjoy. Fuck it, we ball. Give her growy teeth. You can enjoy the food? Yeah. Go take care. I'm actually gonna, yeah, you have about 5 minutes before I just start talking about fish tank. And I don't know, it's probably gonna take over like 30, 40 minutes or something. Crazy to sum up like 2 weeks as like 30 or 40 minutes. Fish. Yeah, we'd be doing fish talk. It doesn't even have fish in it yet. But it's your fish tank. It's just a not yet stocked fish tank. I kind of want to angle the face downwards a little bit. There's like a couple of little changes will help out a lot for that. The concept of the tank is rather shrimple at the moment. God damn it. Why do I stream again? Look at this trait makes literally no sense on sunset. It's like it's there only because it's like, ah, demon. Home. Well, is there my, I don't know, hand wash thingy in the bathroom? It's like, is that a particular problem? Hopefully it's not a problem for you. Bring this eye up a little bit. Reduce the size of the snoot a smidge. Should we media soon? Oh yeah, there it is. I just, what is it? Normally that only happens, okay, that happens under two circumstances. Either there is work that was recently done on the pipes, and so the pipes have excess air in them because they don't fill them with water before reassembling them, or there's a leak somewhere. Yep, because that means the air is getting in somewhere. Like, that's definitely air in the pipes. Yeah. Hmm. Does a demon just say no? The demon can't legally take possession of Marsal without written permission of possessee. I mean, that's the case with some of the affinity demons. Yeah. Like, their whole shtick is making deals. Find staff on a Sunday. Yep. Keep in mind, like, as rude as it is to say, sometimes it doesn't have to be your problem, right? Because what if you find staff and they go, oh yeah, no, we just had a bunch of work done on the pipes, and it's like, yep, so, like, if you ran the water for like 2 minutes, all the air would have gone through the system. And it's like, yeah, spent a ton of time trying to find them, right? So it's like there's a certain amount of effort that is worth it to try and find staff and try to find somebody to tell about it. I assume this is at the school and not like, you know, where you're living. Because where you're living, then yeah, actually, you know what? Maybe it directly affects you far more, and you want that peace of mind because they probably should have notified you if it was, work on the water. But I don't know where you're living in relation to the school. I guess you walk there every time, so I don't think you're like living in a dorm or something. I'm making this far more complicated than I have any need to. Yeah, was it still? No? Damn it. Yeah, nothing goes wrong to the bunny head on half. Ah, fair point. What's that tongue do? Well, it's made out of lava, so burns s'mores. So yeah, worth your time to go find somebody then. Oh yeah, it's about time I should start rambling about the fucking fish tank. You know, actually, I'm going to send a bunch of photos to myself real quick, just so I can pull them up on stream. Oh, get rid of all that. 1 second. By 1 second, I mean quite a few seconds. Trying to find like early photos of the fish tank. There's some. Where on earth is more? Wow, this really was a whole excursion, wasn't it? Those 10. Quite a few seconds have passed. Yep. I took a lot of photos. I'm just grabbing all of them. Get bent. Actually like rubber banding the image selector for some reason. Please stop that. Oh my gosh. What the fuck am I in this story? Okay, I'm there. Got it. Oh my god. Seriously, for some reason, like, I'm sending this stuff to me on Discord, and for some reason it's like rubber banding back up half the time, and it's mildly annoying. Only mildly though. Almost have all the photos, so that way I can freaking talk about this damn fish tank and the massive adventure I had with it. Alright. Drive a while to get McDonald's. I'll be back in 3 hours, and it's time to go by train. What was it? Google Maps actually has a way to like check timelines of paths using public transit. You could try something like that. Just say if it how long it take for me right now in this location to get to that location using public transit. gonna pull up a new thing because it's just gonna be easier for me. And bring out my mouse and keyboard. Bring this a little bit of a different way than I normally do. Because I wrote down all of the shenanigans that went into this. Where the fuck is this? Ah, Fish Tank Adventure Summary. There it is. So, to start off, this was never intended. Like, I never had a thought of, like, having a fish tank. That just never really... I've never been one to really want a fish tank, I guess. Look at me, can't. Oh, I'm so sorry. But, you ever go on those weird sides of YouTube? Not like weird sides, but the sides where it's like, this is a very niche topic that I have nothing related to, but it's cool to see someone who knows what they're talking about talk about something they know that they're talking about, even if it's not something that, like, I would do. And I found, like, hardscaping videos, or I found, like, landscaping videos of aquariums, and, like, people building aquariums, assembling all the stuffs inside, and, like, everything about them. And I'm like, you know what? This shit's fascinating. It wasn't just aquariums. It was also pelletariums and vivariums, basically, like, whole little ecosystems. So it wasn't just for fish, but there were stuffs for, like, frogs, things for lizards. Like, was it this one person even made a thing for, like, a desert, like, blue desert scarabs. It was like, what the fuck is this whole thing? This is fascinating to see how, like, these people condensing the most, like, the most livable space and the most natural, safe space for these creatures to live their whole lives in a box and make them, like, as happy as they can be. And it's like, that shit's cool. I love seeing how much they can condense these creatures, like wild environments in this. And along the way, I also learned some history stuff, which is always kind of nice, right? Just finding something that maybe isn't really relevant, but something that's just cool to know. And it's that aquariums, as you know them, are like glass sides, like the black trim on the top, black trim on the bottom. Those are like the classic stuff you see in like pet stores and shit, right? Like the more professional stuffs are called rimless. So they don't have any of the black trim. It's just a solid, not solid, but it's just glass. And they use thicker glass and silicone to hold it together better. And it just makes it so that there's nothing in the way of the fish or anything like that, right? It's like, okay. And it also is easy to attach stuff on the edges of it. People like going rimless for a lot of their tanks. And I went, okay, well, that's kind of nifty. And one person brought up in one of these videos that before the rimless tanks, they were rimmed, but with metal. And the metal rimmed tanks are now antique because nobody makes those anymore. There's nobody who makes metal rimmed fish tanks. So if you find one, unless it's somebody who like made one personally, it's very likely an antique one. And the best part about it is the glass is like the least important part because the glass is old glass. It has a higher iron content. It doesn't show super well. Sure, you could reuse it, but all you're doing is making the fish tank look worse for it. So people will just replace the glass. Also, it might be scuffed up and damaged, and you're expected to replace the glass anyways. So, you know, this is a thing that I learned. A week later, I was on vacation. And we went up to my family's abandoned farm that's like 15, 20 minutes out of town in a small town already. And they abandoned it in like the early 60s, mid 60s, somewhere around there, right? And I always look inside the farmhouse. And like I have a clock and such that I took out of there before, but now the floors were dilapidated and falling into the basement. It wasn't safe to even go inside anymore. The whole place is probably going to be destroyed soon just by strong winds. And what I see in there was a metal framed fucking aquarium. In a bit of a rough shape. This is already all back home. And what's funny about this, morning Saloon, I'm going over the fish tank story. What's funny about this is I was actually on a Discord call with Hentabo while I was going about like this whole place. And I saw that and went, is that a fish tank? And my mother was with me as well. We were out here and I was just like, oh, I think there's a fish tank in here. She goes, okay. And goes, It's metal rimmed. It's an antique. Like, genuinely, the condition that this fish tank is in right now, that condition would still sell for $50 to $200. Like, that is genuinely very, very rare of a thing to find. That even though it's this dirty and destroyed and had been in a dilapidated house for probably 40, 50 years, it would still probably go for bare minimum $50. I was like, I'm gonna take that, because either, like, my first thought is I'm going to sell this, but I'm gonna sell this to someone that I know will refurbish it and use it. So that way this has a bit of use to it, right? Like, you know, the one thing that annoys me about antiques, and antique stores especially are really bad at this, is a lot of antiques are picked up and just kind of put on the shelf. And it's like, if I have antiques, I want them to be functional or to have a use. Even if I don't use it every day, I still want to use it. So I don't want to sell this to someone who's just going to refurbish it and put it on a shelf and be like, oh, look, it's a fucking tank. Yeah, it's an expensive tank, right? It's like, no. I want this to go to someone who will actually use the thing. So I was going to find somebody who would use it. And this is just like more photos of it. Again, this is just in my garage. But, so also this thing was on its side, like this side was on the bottom. And I think a bird died on it. It was far worse when I took it out of the building. That thing was fucking destroyed. But here's the interesting part about this thing. So I had this fish tank. It was in my garage for like a week at this point. I was hanging out with my grandparents, the ones who lived in this small town, whose family owned that farm originally. And I told them about that aquarium I found, you know, this metal framed aquarium. I go, yeah, no, it's an antique, really rare aquarium. And to top it all off, the way you know that they're antique is if they have this. So this black stuff, that's asphalt. These things use asphalt to attach to the metal, and then they use silicone in the corners to seal it. In fact, a lot of them have, okay, there's one brand called Meta Frames, which everyone thinks this is whenever I say metal frame aquarium, because they're the most common ones. But they have slate on the bottom, like a slate sheet on the bottom. This one has glass, obviously, because it's shattered. That's not slate. But it's like, all right, this is silicone, but that's the original asphalt. Okay, cool. So, and I tell them, like, yeah, this is most likely a natural antique. My grandfather says, yeah, you know, my brother used to have like 20 fish tanks back in the day that were like that, just the metal framed ones. And, you know, when he kind of left the hobby, he couldn't find anyone to take the tanks. Welcome back, Hentabo. Yeah, he couldn't find anyone to take the tanks. Like, he went to any like fish stores, like friends, family, no one would even take them. Like, it wasn't even a case of like he couldn't sell them. Nobody would want them. So he just kind of left them all on the side of the road with a free sign, and like anyone's, it wasn't, and like all the ones that he wasn't able to sell, he put on the side of the road. And we told him, it's like, yeah, no, this tank at 10 gallon is like massively expensive now. And he goes, well, I mean, we weren't gonna hold on to him for that long. Hey, Mark, it's right there. Don't you see it? Come on, it's right there. Look, shrimp. Showing up at the beginning of the story, asking what about the end of the story. Oh, look, more evidence of there's something bad in here. So yeah, that's how I found out. And he was also confused as to why this is even in the house. Like this lines up with everything that I know about like that timeline. This should be one of his actual fish tanks. Is after they escaped. Yeah, they broke the glass at the bottom and got out. So yeah, what I found out that this was my, deceased uncle's fish tank and the last of his fish tanks, and it was this massive collection that he had. I was like, okay, I might actually use this now. And so I started to refurbish it. Just, you know, why not? So I tore out all the glass at the bottom. I had to pick up like a bunch of tools. Like you can see it, that's a like a caulk removing tool, because that's what I was seeing as a good use for this. Tore out all the glass at the bottom. And then took it outside and started cleaning it, because I wasn't going to clean it while, you know, my hands are, oh, it's covered in broken glass. another thing of just the fucking absolute glass pile of this. And while I was outside cleaning it, I found out it actually has a brand. Oscar. This is impossible to find. There, if you look up Oscar Aquarium, Oscar Metal Framed Aquarium, Oscar Company, you're going to find fish and only fish, because there's a really popular style of, like, breed of fish called an Oscar. Good luck ever finding information on this thing. And if you try and look up metal framed aquariums, all you do is you just find the Metatank, which is a different company. It's a company called Metatank or Metaframe. So Oscar is impossible to find. That becomes relevant. But I was like, oh, cool. I have a brand for this thing. That's kind of neat. I can have a little bit of history to it. Whoop. Come on. Move over. Oh, I can't move from there. Got it. So, more stuffs for this. This is a pain in the ass to remove. Like, I cannot stress this enough when I say that this is, like, hurting to actually remove all of this material from here. Because this is asphalt. This is actual tar asphalt that's been sitting for, like, bare minimum 50 years. Exposed to the elements. Sure, it's between the glass and it's actually quite fresh between the glass, but it has adhered so fucking strongly over that time. Yet anything that was exposed was chipping off, like little tiny pieces of dried asphalt, and that's like the fresh tar stuffs. This tool was gumming up and filling, yet some of it was shearing off in like little tiny pieces. Some of it was like ripping off in whole sections. Like this whole spot right here is totally clean because that all came off in one spot. This bottom step, just this bottom glass alone, took me like 45 minutes to get to where it is right here. It's truly a massive amount of time. I decided to do some research on how the fuck do people refurbish these things, because I didn't know fully. I kind of had like that one video to go off of. I was like, how do people recommend to do this? So I found out that, yeah, you just melt the fucking, you melt it. Jeez, sorry, burps. You melt the asphalt. Some people were saying that, oh yeah, if you keep all the glass in it, you can just throw it in the oven for a while and it will reheat and remelt it and it'll seal it really well. And then just replace the silicone on the inside. I was like, well, I can't really do that with a hole in the bottom. I don't think it'll be watertight anyways. So I have to remove a bunch of asphalt no matter what way you cut it. So I can't do that. Also, I didn't want to throw a asphalt laden stainless steel cube into the freaking oven. So, okay, I have to melt all the glass now and remove it. So I had to buy a heat gun, and this is after I had removed all the glass. Yeah, with the heat gun. Oh, you can see all the solar panels I have in the back. With the heat gun, this took me another, like, day and a half of work. I had to carefully, on full blast, heat the frame equally. So I had to heat the whole thing, kind of like a bunch of passes on that. And then I had to focus it on one spot until it was loose enough for me to get that edge of that tool in. And once I had that edge in between the frame and the glass, I had to heat up all along the side while shimmying this tool around. And to add extra stuffs into this, let's say I'm removing this panel right here, right? This big old panel. If there's any asphalt right here along this side, that resists it. So I have to remove all the asphalt on this side of this panel. And also I have to do it from the bottom first because the top has a little lip going over. Like there's a little lip you can kind of see that goes over it. My phone is a horrible fucking quality, but it has a little lip that goes over. So you have to do it from the bottom up. So I have to remove all the stuffs, make sure I have the right orientation, heat up just the bottom area, while also being careful to heat it all fairly evenly, because I'm dealing with glass. And it's older glass, and it's not tempered glass. So at least it won't like shatter from heat super easily, because it's not tempered. But like, also, I have to be very slow. Because if I heat one spot too much, the glass will shatter in my hands. And then I have hot glass, tar, and metal. It's like nothing of this is good. This was a very long process. Oh. Eventually, of the 4 pieces of glass, I saved 3. This will become relevant later. But I saved 3 pieces of glass. One of the pieces did shatter because there was a lot of pressure that was behind it, because the tar was still sticking to it. So as I was pushing it out, it was trying to pull it back. And so I put too much pressure in one spot because it wasn't melted enough, and I just shattered a piece of glass. Ugh. Why do I need solar panels? To power my home? Why else? No, I'm gonna make a bar and grill. We're gonna be turning the solar panels into tables. I'll watch the VOD, join back later on. This is only land in my room, gonna go outside. Go outside, do stuff. But yeah, you can see just this fucking thick tar on all of this. And I didn't really clean the glass very well, but you can even tell just a little bit. Like, here's kind of a good example of how much darker the stuff is between here. In fact, let's actually do a real quick. I'm actually kind of curious how different this is. Yeah, it's a lot darker. So, yeah, it's not exactly great glass for an aquarium anymore. So I was like, it's probably for the better that I removed them. But now I had them removed. I need new glass. Like, I could reuse these, scrape all this glass off, or scrape all the tar off with a razor. Like, clean it off really well, and I could probably reuse all of this. But I decided I'm going to get new glass. This becomes really fucking annoying. So, 1 second. I'm just scrolling through here to see where the hell I am in this. There I am. So I measure out all the glass. So I measure out how big these pieces are, and I measure out how thick they are too, because all that's relevant. And I also went and I had some of the shards of this, and I measured the thickness of that. I obviously didn't have the shape of it, but I had the shape of the bottom of the tank, so I knew how big that was going to be. So I have all these measurements, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to find this glass online, because you can find just sheets of glass online. I'm gonna get them sent in. If I can find the right sizes, that's amazing. If I can't find the exact right sizes, I know how to cut glass. Not very well, but the nice thing about it being a metal frame filled in with asphalt is if it's a really bad looking cut, just like put more silicone on it, just like cover it up. It's fine. It won't hurt anything because the metal frame carries a lot of the weight. This becomes relevant. So, because the metal frame carries a lot of the weight, I couldn't find how thick the glass needed to be, because all of the calculators you find online for glass thickness was giving me like 1/4 of an inch thick. The glass on the bottom was 1/8 inch thick. Now, granted, it wasn't exactly, working anymore, but I don't think that failed because there was water in it. The metal frame carried a lot of the weight, so that doesn't have to be 1/4 of an inch thick. So I couldn't find an accurate thickness. So I just said, all right, it's 1/8 inch thick to start. We're stuck on some chili dogs. I'm just gonna grab that thickness, 1/8 inch thick. That did not exist online anywhere. What I could find was 3/32 of an inch thick. For people who care about math in any way, shape, or form, that is, that would be 1/32 of an inch thinner. And while I know that the metal frame carries a lot of the weight, I didn't exactly want to test that. So, I kind of needed 1/8 inch thick, or else I'm kind of not able to make an aquarium. And yeah, that's just fucking impossible to find. I could not find anywhere that was selling 1/8 inch thick glass. And so I go and I researched everything I could. along the way, going out on like multiple like few hour long trips to pick up like black silicone to replace the tar, because I'm not replacing it with asphalt tar. Going out to like, you know, find fish stores to kind of see like what fish are even fucking available in the area, because I don't want to order fish online, I'll be honest. Getting just random like oddball stuffs for this tank. And on my way back from one of these trips, I was like, all right, let's like make a stop at like the local fish store and just see like if they have silicone. I was just looking for silicone. I wasn't even looking for a tank, but I found a tank there. And I was like, okay, but I looked it up online, and getting all the glass I need custom cut would cost me roughly $120. What the fuck is this aquarium's price? And I like looked up this aquarium that they had, and it was a 10-gallon tank. It was the exact same size that I had measured. And looking up online, it was a quarter of an inch, it was an eighth of an inch thick. I went, okay, this actually fits everything I need. Holy shit. But aquariums aren't cheap. If this thing is even like $60, even if it's like $80, that is actually still, I'm saving money. Genuinely, that's how expensive this project is looking to be. Went up to the front, asked, it was 22 bucks. I went, okay, I'm buying a fucking aquarium. So I bought this aquarium. This aquarium is a fucking mistake. You may notice I have 2 aquariums here now. This becomes relevant. So this is the classic style where it has like, you know, the metal or the plastic black top and black on the bottom and everything. This thing was cheap as shit. In the process of, in order to remove the glass from these things, you have to jam a knife inside this top thing, run it along the top, cut the top through, remove the top frame, do the same on the bottom, again, running a knife between the glass and the frame until you cut through all the silicone and all of the stuffs. On the bottom, you have to do on the inside too. And then once you have, like, you have your knife ran through it so many times, you cut through it, you rip them off. And then, hold on, I actually have a good photo for this. And then once it's ripped apart, you run your knife between the glass and the 2 panes of glass along the silicone. And you cut through it and you remove it. Then you use a razor blade to remove all the silicone. I just told you everything I had found online before going into this process. Do you know what they didn't say? You have to remove the bottom frame before you decide to cut through the silicone in the seam, because the bottom frame held the bottom together. So when I was running my knife along, I made a pressure point and it shattered a pane of glass. Do you know which one it shattered? It didn't matter because I wasn't reusing any of the old stuff at this point. I decided I wasn't. So it's like, cool. Fuck. So I went up to the store and bought a second fucking fish tank. That was the only other fish tank they had. So I was like, I don't have many options at this point. If I break, like, I have 2 shots at the bottom, and I guess like I can break up to 2 panes of anything else. Wasn't looking good. You can see it. Yeah, right there. I broke the big piece. Yay! Fortunately, I was able to disassemble this tank without any new problems. I took it all apart. This tank, on the other hand, I really got to learn how cheap this fucking tank was. For one, these tanks had so much silicone globbed inside the frame that my knife was struggling to cut through it. I had to replace my knife dozens of times because if I didn't, or if I wasn't careful, my knife would shatter. Note, these are snap blades. They're supposed to break along an edge. That's not right there, Chief. The blade, the snapping part isn't shaped like that. It's a straight line. It literally was shattering my knives. It's like, oh shit. Okay. Yeah, I picked up a lot of razors for this project. This was later in the project. I bought 100 pack because I needed to. I ran out of the like like 20 or so odd razors I already had. I was like, this is going to become such a big project. I need 100 fucking razors. And then we got to removing the second frame, and this is actually a problem photo. So in order to cut through the silicone, you run your knife in between the panes of glass and straight down. My knife is thicker than the space in between these panes of glass. Now you may think, okay, so they're just really precise with the build of it, right? You know, that's just, you know, they don't leave any space. Kind of makes sense when they're trying to assemble a tank. You want it to be sturdy and everything. No, actually, if you have no space here, then it can't account for heat expansion. And you actually put the glass under strain if it gets too warm. And if the glass gets under strain too many times, it can damage the tank. So it has the frame to help prevent it from fucking shattering. Not because that's like, you know, a nice thing that they do or just make it a bit more sturdy. It needs the frame. If I remove the frame and use this as a fish tank as it is, just as a box, it would probably have shattered. So that's fun. And I can't even get my knife in between it to go and run straight down through it. Hold on, there's actually a thing I need to grab for this. Oh my gosh, where the fuck is this? Yeah, so I am literally finding anything I can to help me be able to actually open up this tank, because every single side had that much space. Scratch that. I removed one of the short panes, but I needed one of the long panes. And I can't just grab it and rip it off because the silicone would keep it a hold enough to cause another pressure point and shatter it. So I had to remove at least one of the long panes in order for me to even have a chance at repairing this aquarium. And again, this is turning into days of work. So, pulling over this thing. Where is... Sure, good enough. Oh, God. Where is... Do I really... No, I have one on here. That's just my main display. Really? 1 second. I'm actually gonna have to do this in a slightly more annoying way. Because I'm trying to pull up the... there it is. So, I'm actually going to mute the music for just 1 second because we're gonna watch the little video. So this is actually what I ended up, I just like reviewed what I was going to be doing. Because at this point, I was like trying, I went out to the store and picked up guitar string to try and run through the thing. I tried to pick up like super strong versions of floss. I found the tiniest razors I could and none of it was getting through. It was all making these horrible cracking noises. And like it was not going well. So I was like, all right, here's what we're doing. All right, so this aquarium annoys me. The space between... Is that making noise? Hold on a second. Is that... Between these panes of glass, let's get the focus in. The space between these panes of glass is so tight that I cannot even get a razor blade in there. Which is kind of wild considering that would mean that there's like almost no space there at all. Again, let's get the focus here. Trying to do everything one-handed is really hard. It's like there's almost no focus whatsoever, apparently. Yeah, there's almost no space for anything there. Good enough. My brain's fried, you can tell. So here's what I'm going to do. I am going to push against this thing until it moves enough. So that way I might be able to like gently ease the glass over, letting me actually get through that. So we're gonna let's see if that works out. I was very done at this point. This is like day number 4. Yeah, the only way I could get the piece I needed was to break a small piece. So now we're down 2 panes of glass. Oh shit, apparently I wasn't recording this whole time. Whoops. I'll just grab the VOD off of Twitch. 1 second. View. Full screen interface. Get rid of that. It is a very good glass shattering sound. And just to illustrate how much strain that glass was under, it actually sent it halfway down my driveway. That was like almost at the back of my garage. And it just like shot glass so far down. I did not hit it that hard with a rubber-headed mallet. Genuinely. Oh boy. Because my genuine goal was if I tap it, then if I tap it with this thing, I am going to eventually just like keep hitting it with the mallet lightly until I can loosen it enough and then I push it over. Or I go at it with the heat gun, like loosen up all the stuff when I risked shattering the long pieces, so I wasn't willing to do that. So I was going to push on it until it broke or the silicone came loose. The only thing holding it on was this little tiny piece of silicone right here. Sure, it was holding it on along the entire edge, but like, that was it. I scraped all of this silicone out in between here. I was meticulous because I needed to make sure this thing would come out as easy as possible. Yeah, no, that thing like blew. It's like, okay, but I have the aquarium separated. Yay. Like, I have my piles of glass here. And now the next part that the internet was lying about. So they kept saying that, all right, how do you clean off the silicone? You take a razor, you run the razor along the silicone on the flat pane of glass, and it comes off. Like, you can scrape it all off. I go, okay. But what if I did that and it's not all coming off? They go, oh, just keep going at it with the razor. I go, okay. But like, there's still a residue and I can't actually get it off. They go, oh, okay, yeah, residue. What you do for that is you use isopropyl alcohol. Some people said vinegar. Neither of those worked. People were saying like, you know, various different like cleaning products. Like not a whole lot, honestly. People were saying like a Brillo pad could remove the silicone residue. And it's really important to remove the residue because if you don't, then your new silicone is just attaching to the residue, not attaching to the glass, meaning there's a weak point now where something could go wrong. Howdy, Nichols. I'm going over the adventures of my new aquarium. So yeah, this took me like 2 days to just remove the silicone from all these panes of glass. I didn't remove it from all of them. I just removed the ones I needed to. And then once I removed all of it, I decided to sit down and say like, I'm going to fucking remove this residue. Beryl, these are the new panes of glass. The old panes of glass were covered in tar. Like the silicone on the inside right here, that shit came off like instantly. There's nothing remaining of that. Yeah, no, it was like dry. You can see the silicone pieces here. This is the new tank. This is the brand new tank, the really cheaply built one. So, yeah. I ended up finding only one product to remove the residue silicone. Funnily enough, it was Goo Gone. Like, you know, the orange spray stuff that just removes adhesives. That was the only thing I found that could remove the fucking silicone. I literally had like a bottle of acetone ready to go just in case this didn't work. And the only other suggestion I found that everyone said, yeah, that works really well, was fucking gasoline. That's how sturdy this shit was. So I found out that Goo Gone worked. That took me another like 4 hours of spraying down all of these panes of glass. Now again, what you're seeing here is a lot of silicone on this. I'm talking, it was like this. It was just a little hazy. That's it. It was just a little bit of haze. That's all it was. That's all that there was on this thing. So I set all of these down on so many towels on this massive table that I fucking built, by the way. Or I yeah, basically I had my uncle come and help me with some stuff, but I fucking designed this entire fucking table. And I sprayed down this entire thing with Goo Gone, let it sit for like 30 minutes, and went at it with razors. Because again, I had to use razors. And I had to, in the process of this, silicone, I find out, destroys the edge on razors. Fun fact for y'all. I found that out the really early step, which I had to pick up a pack of 100, because this. I went through, I think, 30 razor blades cleaning this off. Or I'd spray down Goo Gone, let it sit there for a while, come back at it with a razor blade and giving a lot of pressure, even pressure, but good pressure. It's just slicing off residue. And I just scrape at it. It's like, holy shit. This is a process people do when they build aquariums? I find this hard to believe. Everyone was saying how easy this is, and it was not easy. It was not fucking easy. Would you use a wire brush? The wire brush can scratch the glass. Like, I saw some people saying they use a wire brush, but I did a little testing spot in a corner, and it fucking scratched to high hell. I'm happy that I had that one shattered piece, because I could test stuff on it. Yeah, it wouldn't work. And I was like, I don't know why the suggestions I'm getting online don't line up to what my experience is in the slightest. And I can account that part, like a large part, to it's a cheap aquarium. It's a old, it was a cheap aquarium that I bought and removed the glass from. It was a antique aquarium that I need the dimensions of, and it's not even the main brand of antique aquarium that people know. So a lot of the information that I need is not available, right? Like, I'm hitting the edge only. It wasn't going to work. I know that it would have only scratched up the edge, but what if I needed to remove the glass for something? Yeah, I'm making the silicone attach way more to this, meaning it's now impossible for me to remove it later. I cannot remove the silicone a second time. That's why I needed to use a razor edge. And honestly, here's the deal with a pad like that, whatever. It's a bunch of really fine bristles. It's a bunch of bristles. So all I'm doing is just removing this space of the stuffs. Because if they're firm enough that they can pick up this stuff, then they're going to be firm enough to still mostly be pointing down, so they can get a good like, you know, a good edge, I guess. Or they're going to be laying down, I guess, from the side. They're going to be laying down flat and only picking up a little spot. So I have to go over it multiple times. Again, I did a little testing spot, and it just wasn't worth it at all. What honestly I was using the most, been checking Reddit more for hobby sizes, but your management very depending on the subject. 4 different aquarium forums. The most recent post I found on any of them was 2021, so at least some of them are relevant. Reddit and a lot of YouTube, surprisingly, because I needed to see people doing this stuff to make sure it actually fucking worked. By the way, I found only one person who made a fucking video on them removing the silicone and didn't remove the silicone by just using a razor. I don't know how they did it, but I genuinely, every single time, a very few times I saw somebody removing silicone with a razor, they just only used a razor. They didn't use like any type of solvents. They didn't use Goo Gone. They didn't use acetone. Nothing. They just went out with a razor and it's fucking clean. I'm like, what the fuck is happening? How? Yeah, no. Even if I find one with a sponsorship, right? If I found a video that was sponsored and said, I use this product to go and buy and use this to clean up all my silicone. If it was showing it cleaning off the silicone in the video, I would have bought that product, because I had, by the end of this whole fucking thing, tried 8 different methods and only one worked. And that was just a last Hail Mary. Also, for some reason, it was hard for me to find Goo Gone anywhere in town. I don't know why. That I figured that would be so much easier to get a hold of, but it wasn't. Is it watch on bugs? I can't find anywhere else. It's like, I don't care about the sponsorship stuffs at all. Like, if the only time I'm ever worried is like it's clearly impacting what they're saying of a thing. But if it's like, hey, this product works really well for, you know, removing this thing, you know, this thing that I'm having a problem with, I will fucking buy the product. Sponsored or not, that's what I needed. So yeah, this took me the better part of 4 hours to just remove all the silicone, Goo Gone it down, remove and like scrape it all down. Again, packs of razors. I had to pick up a razor disposal box because I had so many spare razors. It was like, normally, you know, you wrap up enough tape, like you like run the razor edge against concrete and such to just destroy the edge so it's not sharp. You then wrap it up a bunch of like packing tape and you can throw it away. That's totally safe. At least in my area. Check your own, your mileage may vary. So long as it's safe enough for the individuals to pick up the trash still and it won't like tear through the bag or something, it should be safe. I'm not doing that for 100 fucking razors. So I had to pick up a box to put them into. And it's one that like, it's a Sharps box, right? It'll totally seal up and everything, so it won't open in the trash because good God. And here's the best part. Do you know what I haven't mentioned yet? What about all the residue tar? Because this is with all the glass removed. You notice all the asphalt still everywhere? I have to remove all that. Do you know what's even harder to find information on? Not removing silicone from glass. Removing tar from an antique frame. Everyone was saying the same thing. Go at it and like just, you know, cut all of it off. Use a heat gun, like, you know, remove it all, and then like, you know, you should be able to get all of it. But I was getting like little tiny little specks still, and it was clearly there's some residue still on it. So I had to go to chemical warfare. Oh God. I picked up a container of xylene, Xylene, because that was, from what I could find online, the best method to remove this stuff. I have a gas mask already, so I didn't have to buy a new one of those. But I had to get like the strongest gloves I could, like, you know, good eye protection, everything. And I was out in like 95-degree weather with this metal frame, a container of like really harsh chemicals. And I was fucking cleaning this thing off for like 2 hours. At one point, I had to kind of give up and put it in like a tub of stuff. Again, this is all stuff that I was getting rid of. I'm not keeping any of the stuff that had been exposed to harsh chemicals like this. But I had to put it in a tub of the xylene so that it would soak and get to the little spots that I couldn't get, like inside the little corners. Because you can kind of see it right here. But this is tack welded metal. So this piece is over it. And it goes, you know, over it like this, and they tack weld it. It's funny. Fucking, my last name is actually White, so I actually did feel like I was, fucking, Walter White on this bullshit. It's awful. Isopropyl alcohol? Isopropyl alcohol was not working. Again, I did my research before I went nuclear with anything here. If I said I did a thing that seemed really, really harsh or extreme, it's because I tried everything leading up to that point. Like I have 70% and 90% isopropyl alcohol, and neither of them were making a dent in this. Not enough that I would need. And it wasn't just like dissolving the top layer or making it a little bit easier to clean off with a rag. There was stuff inside of little tiny gaps. And I didn't know how safe it was to leave things like that there. So I had to like get inside the little pieces and try to remove all of this tar I could. So, and nearly done with this process, I find out my gloves break. Both my gloves that were rated to help deal with xylene. And xylene is a rather harsh one. There's nothing I could get that was perfect against it. Nothing that I had available that I could get that's perfect against it. But it should have lasted more than long enough for what I was doing. And then I take my hands out and I notice that's not sweat. That's so wet. Fuck. Like, loud as I could, ripped off the gloves, took off the, ripped off the gloves. I had a rag to dry off my hands just in case. Dried off my hands, went inside, just
rub down my hands entirely with like isopropyl alcohol, and I have pumice soap. Because that shit will take off a lot of art supplies, and that's, you know, I have it for shit like this. I was like, okay, cool, that's great. Now I've been fucking exposed to a lot of xylene. Yay. And I don't know for how long. Quick Search just says I should be fine, because breathing it in is like, I think like almost 10 times as worse as having it on your skin. And you need to breathe in a good amount for it to be like a genuine issue. So it's like, okay, I should be fine, but fuck. Yeah, that was really, really bothersome. Xylene flavored Zazar. Oh god, no, how about we don't? How about we don't have xylene flavored Zazar? So, okay. I did manage to clean off the tank though, right? The tank was cleaned off. Where is... No, I know I have a photo of just... Yeah, here's a photo of the clean tank. I cleaned it off. I sanitized it. I've sanitized it. I removed all the xylene traces. Wow, my phone really has a shitty camera. But this is the condition of the tank. I even spent time to clean off all of the rust. All the marks on here, like that's not rust. It's actually like pitting. It's really it's actually kind of a lot of damage on this thing. Catfish. Yep. Yeah, it's a Merv. She's a big cat in a small aquarium. So like, okay, I have the tank clean. I have the glass cleaned. I guess I can start assembling it. And I don't have the silicone though. So I do a dry fitting. But yeah, like I do some dry fittings, but I realize I need to get the silicone for this because I'm not replacing with tar. I'm not replacing with asphalt. I'm going to be replacing with black aquarium grade silicone because it's fucking black. I need it to look as original as possible. If I use white, it would look really weird in this space. This was filled with solid black. I wanted to look mostly correct, but with modern materials. So this turns into a very long struggle. Because I said earlier when I got that, bought that aquarium, I was looking for black silicone. That took me literally days to find one store 30 minutes away with only about, I think they had 6.5 ounces. They had 2 tubes of it that totaled to 6.5 ounces of black silicone. I went, I'm going to need somewhere in the vicinity of 25 ounces. That will not work. And this originally was a really simple task because 100% silicone is just that. It's pure silicone. It should be aquarium safe. And a lot of the like things I found online were saying that like GE Mark 1 100% silicone is totally safe, been using it for years. Like people were saying they've been using it for years. The recipes have never changed, ingredients have never changed. And I can't use like any silicone caulking because there's a lot of mold inhibitors in it. And that is deadly to the fish and deadly to the bacteria you need in an aquarium. And at this point, I decided I'm going to make it a fucking aquarium. I'm making it a blackwater aquarium. People who don't know what a blackwater aquarium is, it's closer to say it's like, you know, a marsh area in like the Amazon rainforest, that type of look. Like you actually put leaf litter in the aquarium and that actually breaks down, makes the aquarium really dark, and is actually like the more natural environment for all of these fish. And it takes care of a lot of the health cycle stuffs for you. It's like, it makes it a lot easier. It looks a lot nicer. The fish will be healthier. Everything that I want to do. Sure, it's not like that super clean, clear look, but I have a metal framed aquarium. A super clean look does nothing for me. Let's make it look nice. So it's like blackwater aquarium. Which means that if I have anything that kills mold and bacteria, it won't just kill the bacteria that I'm trying to cultivate in here. It'll kill all the fish because all the fish are kind of requiring all that stuff to survive, and especially in this stage. Like it would kill them in normal cases, but this is like extra worse. And so I go to five different hardware stores, and I find the exact silicone that people recommend using. it only comes in clear and white. I go, okay, let's find 100% silicone in black. I find 5 different brands, somewhere like that. Like there's a lot of brands in some of these stores. And every single one of them had listed in their instructions, not for use for extended underwater use, or not safe for aquariums. Now, while a lot of the people online were saying that's still totally safe, they just have to put it on there for like legal reasons, I've already been lied to about 20 times about what will and won't work for this fucking tank. I'm not doing that. Yeah, not NSFW, not safe for water. Yeah, I'm not killing these fucking fish. So, I had to buy this online. I had to buy aquarium safe silicone. I bought 2 tubes of it. It costs around $12 a tube. Compared to like $5 if I got it from the hardware store. So obviously big fucking annoyance here that I have to go through it in this way. But that's the only method I could get silicone that I knew was safe for a kind of esoteric tank and was the right color. Thankfully, I actually know how to use a caulk gun. I know how to caulk things. Confirmed, Zay knows how to caulk. One thing, and so what I did, I didn't get a photo of it kind of beforehand, sadly, but I taped off. Now this is me just fitting the glass, and it all fit inside of here, so fuck yeah. But I taped off all of the metal on the outside and the metal on the inside right here, just that little lip. But I left obviously this stuff exposed inside. Taped all that off very carefully, taped it all off, and I caulked it all. I used 2 whole tubes, and I have never had a worse experience trying to caulk a space before. Because I have a 10-minute working time for this aquarium grade silicone, because they expect you to assemble like all the stuff's on the bottom glass, and then you assemble the sides, and it's just a bead along the side. You assemble it, and then you put a bead inside and run your finger along it to kind of finish the seal. And you do that in like 2 or 3 steps. So 10-minute timer means that it's able to get it together and you're able to finish the tank in a day. But I had to fill this. I'm going to X out some of these. I had to fill this entire space in 10 minutes. It lasts under high heat, or it's also in the application that were in that application were black. Yeah, this silicone was just tinted black. It was basically, it was the same style of stuff you see for door frames and windows. It was just like intended for like outdoor sealing, and in case you have like where black is a better color. Obviously aquarium grade is different, but aquarium grade only comes in like 3 colors, so whatever. So yeah, I had to fill all of this. And when I say fill, I mean fill, because it had to be as filled as this was. And you see, 1 second, trying to find like how thick this asphalt is. Not Oscar. Where's a good one from the side? Oh, that's a really terrible photo. But yeah, it's like, I guess you can kind of see here, but you can see how thick this is. I had to fill all that in with silicone inside of a metal frame where the caulk gun at full tilt is this fucking long because of all the stuff in the back. All right, yeah, the tube rod in the back. And so, yeah, became a huge pain in the ass, especially when, I don't know how many times people have to experience this, but when you're dealing with a like concave metal surface and you apply like, you know, black goop in it, it reflects. So you can't tell if you filled it all the way. So I had whole sections of this where I thought was totally filled and then it wasn't. So I had to, after applying the glass, push the glass back out and then reapply more inside, which is why you get so much of this overhang here, because on the inside, it wasn't sealed. And it was impossible to notice until I pushed the glass in. But I'm not getting to the best part of this yet. So you know how earlier I said, oh yeah, it all fits, that's great. Yeah, it didn't. So this, sorry I lied to you. This was after I had found out what the fuck was happening. I could get the sides in, but I couldn't get the bottom plate in. And these antique aquariums have to be assembled in order. And again, I couldn't find research on this one, so I didn't know the exact order of this fucking tank, because it was slightly different from Metaframes. I nearly broke 2 panes of glass because of this. But this fucking tank, I had to assemble it the like long sides first, then, or thin sides first, then the long sides, then I put in the bottom. Which means the bottom had to be smaller than all of the panes of glass. It had to fit inside of all of this. Fish tanks built nowadays are built on the glass at the bottom because it supports the weight of it. Makes perfect sense. But with a metal frame, the frame supports the weight. So you don't want all the glass pressure on the edges of the glass at the bottom for no reason. So I had, this, metal, I don't know why I was drawing it like this. I had this metal, fuck me, where's my pen? Yeah. So I had this shape that was too large by the thickness of this glass. Or because again, I don't know how this tank was supposed to be made because the bottom piece was shattered, or the bottom was the right size and I had to thin down the sides slightly to account for the space that the bottom takes up. And I had to put the bottom in first. And I can't find this aquarium online because Oscar is not a name you should ever fucking call your fish company. So I'm going insane because trying to remove like 3/4 of an inch, not even 3/4, it would be about half an inch of glass from any of these panes is damn near impossible with my skill set. So I was like, okay, the fuck do I do? And I can't find anyone who has the right thickness of glass, so I can't have it custom cut. Fuck me. What, like, am I gonna have to buy like a big pane of glass that's 32/32 of an inch thick and then cut that up and hope that it's fine? Like, I guess, because that's what I see. Like, was it that one video that inspired me to even do this in the first place used 32nd inch glass for their, I think, 20-gallon metal frame aquarium. No, it was a 10. Yeah, it was a 10-gallon. It's important because it's a lot more pressure. But their 10-gallon used 332nd. I was about ready to fucking give up and just use 332nd inch glass and just buy a huge ass paint of it and cut it up myself. So what ends up happening is I have the glass on my car break. My car windshield fucking got chipped by a rock. And it only got worse as I was driving for like, hours on each of these days. And I finally got the fucking energy and the time to call the insurance company, put in a thing to replace the glass. And they're like, do you go to anyone? I go, I don't even know who the fuck does this type of auto work in town. The place I go to does mechanical stuff, not glass repair to my knowledge. And they're like, okay, well, here's a place. I go, okay, that's in walking distance for me. I can easily drop my car off and walk back. Perfect. So they schedule me for like the next morning. I go there at like 8 a.m. I got to get there before the employees did, which is kind of funny. I dropped off my car and I like walked home just fucking like defeated, but it was like a chance to think on all this stuff. And while I'm walking home, I'm like kind of looking up stuffs. And I find that there's an aquarium shop in town. Not the, oh God, what's the term? Not the pet store that I went and bought those other 2 aquariums at. A aquarium store, a fish store in town. It had been there for like 2 years. Apparently I passed it constantly and I never noticed it before. Okay. So like the next day I go and I pick up my car. And while I'm there, I kind of stop and go, hey, hold on 1 second. I talk to the employee. I was like, so I have an odd request. How much money is it to get a custom pane of glass cut? And she goes like, well, you know, for like for antique furniture and such, like it's gonna normally cost like, I don't know. I was like, hold on real quick before you continue. Just a pane of glass for the bottom of an aquarium. She goes, what are the dimensions? Like 1/8 of an inch thick, all these, and like all these other measurements that I had, because I had this shit memorized at that point. And she goes, yeah, that'd only be like $30. I go. And by this point, I had found out the proper order and knew that the bottom had to be last. So the bottom had to fit within this lip and had to fit within all of this. So I just told her, okay, I'm going to just double check some measurements and I'll call you back. And I also added, when can this be done? She goes, normally the turnaround time is like a week and a half to 2 weeks. But the dude who does all the work is coming in today, like this afternoon. And if you can get me those measurements before then, I can try to put the order in ahead of everything and try to get that done. And so I told her, I will be right back. Went home, remeasured everything, called her back, put in the order for 1/8 inch thick glass in the exact size that I needed. And I drove down to the aquarium store while I waited, just because I had to tell her, like, if it's not able to be done in, I know, right, goals, but yeah, if, like, and I had to tell her, like, if you can't get the stuff done today, I am gonna have to go through a different method. I literally cannot wait like 3 weeks for this project to be done, because it's not just like, yeah, it's not just assembling the aquarium, it's making sure the aquarium is safe for animals, setting up the bacteria cycle, making all the stuff for the inside of it. Like, I didn't want to take another week off of work in 2 weeks to finish this fucking aquarium. So I was like, hey, if it's not done there, I have to go through this other source. It's a little more expensive, a little bit thinner, but for all I can tell, it should work, etc., right? So she's very understanding. Go down to this other aquarium store. And I step in. And that was the best fucking thing I could have done. Like, finding this actual fish shop in town. Because this town's like not super huge or anything, but it is weird to find something that's so specifically a niche hobby. And yeah, no, they had all the material I needed to make a Blackwater aquarium, except for the silicone. They did not have any silicone, so good thing I already had that already at this point. Yeah, if I had found the glass place at the beginning. Well, here's the deal. $30 for one piece times 5, right? It still would have been kind of expensive. So it still would have been better for me to have like done the like $120 options that I found online. But yeah, it's just Jesus. Hindsight's 2020. Yep. So yeah, I go through the store. I find out what fish I want. I find out like what materials I'm going to need. I actually buy a good bit of what I need from them immediately because I'm already here. I might as well get some stuff I know I'm going to put in. So like, you know, good substrate for it, like good plant stuff, or yeah, good like dirt and such for it. All the botanicals, which is the leaves and cones and such you put in. Like I even got the wood that I need that I'm going to be putting in and making the hardscape for this. I just got all this stuff. I get a call from the glass cutting place, and they were able to cut the glass. I went there and picked it up. It cost $35 with tax and everything. It was like about 30 when she told me, so whatever. I was totally fine with it being like $35 by the end. So I was like, okay, good. And so that's what we're seeing here. This is with the glass that was cut in it, which is why it even has glass in the bottom, because otherwise the glass would be like this and at an angle inside. It's like, okay, thank God. So my next step was cleaning, because that's a fucking mess. And I am already so goddamn tired of cleaning glass, because not only is scraping off silicone, like you put the blade under it, you scrape through, and you get it off, right? It's just one fucking pass, whatever. But like if you have little tiny pieces of silicone, they go like flying and stick to things, and you can't remove that. So I had to scrape off this entire fucking thing, all the surfaces, And then I had to go at it with like Goo Gone on a rag to try and clear it off. Thankfully I do manage. There's like a little bit at the bottom, but that's on the bottom side. It's also totally fine for the aquarium. It's on the bottom of the tank. I don't give a shit. So I had to go through the whole thing and put my razor blade, like basically cut through the silicone along the metal the whole way. Because I can't just put it in and slide it across, because if you hit glass with the edge of a razor, you might fucking like scrape it. And scraping it is literally the first step of cutting glass. And having it against the surface while putting pressure on it is the other half. And I have a metal frame that it would be right up against, and there'd be pressure from water. So I had to be very careful and meticulous and just push my razor blade through, like flat side, the whole fucking way. Took out the whole thing, cut off all the fucking silicone, cleaned up all the edges. It's like, here's another decent photo. By the way, I still missed some fucking metal. Like, that's a little bit of exposed metal that I didn't get to with this black silicone. And at this point, I was like, this is so ugly as sin. I don't even know if it fucking holds water at all. I'm gonna order 3 more tubes of silicone, because there's a chance I have to remove all this silicone and start over. Like, Jesus Christ. Thankfully, it actually held water. Like, it fucking held water for an entire night and then some. Jesus Christ, the tank was done. I cleaned it up, tank was done. Fucking, I let that thing, like, I drained it out. I let it get I let it dry out. I put it in front of a fan. And then I worked on what the fish need. Do I have 2 of the exact same fucking photo? Yeah, sure. I'll just show this one. So what I'm doing is I am assembling what's called the hardscape, which is, this is where it's like, okay, I get to relax, I get to do artsy stuff. I get to make it look pretty. So I taped out the exact size of the aquarium base. I measured out how tall it was going to be. And I took these pieces of wood that I bought from the aquarium store and the bits of rock, which is called Dragonstone, which is fucking a baller name. And I'm just putting this thing together, right? Like, this is just me, like, soft assembling it. It's like, what is it? This is a different piece of wood. That's a different piece of wood back there. Yeah, no, that is a different piece of wood back there. And obviously the stone isn't part of it. But wood will float. So what I'm going to do is I'm gluing the stone to the wood, and I'm gluing the wood together. So that way it's just one solid piece. And it won't float, and I don't have to waterlog it, because the wood is going to release a lot of the tannins that I need in the water for the Blackwater aquarium to start. So I can't like waterlog it, because then I have to waterlog it in the water here, and then it goes bad because the water here is really hard. By the way, another fucking blessing of having that aquarium shop in town, I can buy RO water, reverse osmosis water, because the water here is not suitable for fish. I can't just throw a dechlorinator in it and be fine. It will kill the fish slowly over time, and it'll make the whole thing look fucking awful. So I would have to either soak this in RO water, which is kind of expensive, just soak it in and then pour the RO water into the thing afterwards, or I just glue rocks to it. I'm already gluing the thing together, so that way it stays together in this kind of odd configuration. So thankfully, one thing you can do that's super easy to do with aquariums is cyanoacrylate, or crazy glue, Jesus, aka super glue, completely safe for aquariums. So yeah, here's the hardscape finished. This is all glued together. I have like Malaysian driftwood all up here. Yeah, I'm not getting an RO machine. That's fucking stupid. It's either, if I get an RO machine, it's like, what is it? The only times you get an RO machine in your home is if you're a prepper, like an insane prepper, or you have a lot of aquariums. And it's like evaporation happens, like you make new aquariums constantly. Like that's the only reason you need a reverse osmosis machine in your fucking home. So yeah, this is spiderwood, Malaysian driftwood, and dragonstone. And what I did was I just fucking dumped a lot of super glue inside these spaces and coated it in the dust from the dragonstone. And I just made this shape, and I really liked it, and it fit inside my tank. And because I had to clean it off because it was absolutely fucking coated in dust, because I've been working on this for literally a day now. This took me a long time. Went outside, sprayed it down. Actually looked really fucking nice. I felt so happy that I actually had something that was like done. You know, it's like the hardscape. It looks fucking good. Good God, finally I have some progress made. It should be all smooth sailing from here, and so far it has been. I coated the back with black paint. It does, Tio, it really does. And I actually have like another bag. I have like another 5 pounds of dragonstone because I needed all these different crazy shapes. So I'm gonna be using it for Warhammer boards in the future. Like I have this really like alien looking stone. I'm gonna use it. It'll be great. But yeah, I painted the back of it black because the white background would look fucking awful. So, you know, did that. Unfortunately, it did expose a lot of the fucking metal there. Hey, Cole, thank you so much for your Prime sub. Ah, we tricked you your first sub. Get fucked, loser. Inside the tank, dry for the most part. I rinsed off a lot of the, I rinsed off all the substrate stuffs. Some Bezos Buckies. I'm getting rich. I'm getting rich, babies. And went back to that aquarium store because they were having a sale on plants. And you know what, bitch? I already knew I was gonna make this thing a planted aquarium. These are all live plants. I am very fucking happy with them. These things, these sticks were a bitch to put in. Yeah, there are like 4 different styles of plants in here. Actually, wait, hold on. Wait. There's 5. There's 5 different plants in this bitch. Bulbidus heterocolia, Hydrophilia compacta, Crypt windidi, Rolla indica, and Ocelot sword. Fucking Ocelot swords is right there. I fucking love the name Ocelot sword. That's Ocelot sword. But it's just like, yeah, it just looks really fucking nice. I'm very pleased with this thing. Yeah, bad boy can hold so many plants. I could have actually put in twice as many plants as I did, but I was expecting to grow out a lot more. Yeah, but he uses a revolver. I know, he uses a fucking revolver, not a sword. This is why they named him Revolver Ocelot, not Sword Ocelot. So it's like, okay, it's filled with water. The thing turns on. I have the light set up above it. And I actually even found out how much light these plants need. So the light is scheduled to turn on and off at the right times to let the plants not get too much sun and not get, like, you know, killed from lack of sun. And I even put in the botanicals. So there's a lot of these, like, there's alder cones, there's these giant leaves. And so it's just like, all right, it just needs to sit for a while. I actually even got a thing to start it with the proper bacteria, because here's the big deal with the fish tank. If you don't have the right cycle, it just kills all the fish, or you have to replace the water like constantly. So in an effort to make it less effort to maintain the fish tank, because I'll be honest, I can't really do everything constantly, I ultimately decided that I was just going to get like the bacteria starter, threw that bitch in there. So it was already starting to convert it was already starting to grow the right nutrient, or the right bacteria. Because as the fish poop, they make nitrates, and the bacteria eats, then the nitrates will just kill the fish. It's super toxic for them. Obviously, you live in your own waste, it'll fucking kill you too. But it dissolves into nitrates in the water. The nitrates get eaten by the bacteria, turn to nitrites, which is less poisonous for the fish, but still rather poisonous. But the nitrites are eaten by a different bacteria that turns it into a much, much less harmful material. So I get it started with that stuff. I put in a little bit of the initial nitrates in it just to like give the bacteria something to eat. And I'm just doing tests on it like daily. Like a couple days later, that's a lie. It's actually the next morning. But the next morning, that's starting to look right. That's a Blackwater aquarium now. Like the wood has leached a lot of the tannins out. The like leaves have become waterlogged and have soaked and have dropped down. It's like, it's looking really fucking nice. Also, I want to point out, this rock here is temporary. Let's just assume that my plan of gluing the rocks to the thing worked. And let's ignore the fact that all the rocks are glued over here and all the buoyancy is over here. So it wanted to flip up. So I had to put a rock on it to weigh it down. Let's just ignore that. Let's just ignore that entirely. Also, why I have this thing up, just because I find this interesting. I learned something new about underwater plants. These plants in the back, you don't plant in the ground. In fact, that'll kill them if you plant them in the ground. I had to tie them to a rock. They're literally sitting in the back tied to a rock. Because that's just how those plants want. They just want to exist. They can't be planted. It's just super fucking funny to me. So, after a couple of days, Rocket's temporary struggle is forever. Yep. After a couple days, the thing becomes waterlogged, so now we have this big open space, which is really nice because these plants are going to grow up into this space really nicely. These plants have kind of like picked up a lot more. All these things have kind of perked up. This guy might actually die, I'm going to be honest. I don't know. But like all the plants have perked up. They're doing a lot better. The substrate they're in is really good for them. The environment's really good for them because of all the tannins. Like, you know, the wood's become waterlogged, so it's starting to leach a bit more of the tannins in it. And it's cleared up a lot because there's not... It basically, all the cloudiness was from me just putting everything in initially. It's going to circulate for a while. And some good news. I'm getting biofilm on it. So biofilm is just like a collection of bacteria and fungus and such. And it's totally natural. In fact, it's healthy for your plants to do that initially. It's completely okay. Like it's not gonna harm the fish, doesn't harm any of the plants, nothing. It's just a thing saying that stuff is growing in this tank. Life finds a way, yeah. So that's a very good note that the tank is survivable. And again, I'm doing constant water tests. I have like a full pack of just water tests that I'm like throwing in this thing just to make sure are we still doing really high nitrates? Are we doing all this stuff? We're doing all these other things where it's like, what is the current condition in this tank? Is this going to be sealed is this going to be sealed and unopened? No, it's open topped. It's just a Blackwater aquarium, but you need to have a proper cycle for it, or else you need to replace like half of the water every other day. And a Blackwater aquarium is even more so to make sure that it's a good balance of everything before you introduce any animals. But here's the issue with not Blackwater, but with the actually I have one more photo here. This is like a couple days later after I'm cleaning off some of the biofilm. Like you can kind of see it. There's like a lot of biofilm building up right here. There's none right up here, which is kind of interesting. But like it's kind of growing all along that guy back there. But like, look at how fucking moody that is. I actually need to darken the color a little bit, but I want it to be a little bit lighter to start. So that way light can get through and make sure the plants are getting what they need to start out. But it's like, that shit's moody as fuck. I love it. Fucking love this aquarium. I love this fish tank. But I did find an issue with the biofilm. You notice how it's like everywhere on this. Again, it's harmless. Absolutely harmless. Except that bacteria. The bacteria that I need to cultivate lives on surfaces of things. And it might choke out the bacteria. So I have to clean it off. Not like super regularly, like every other day. I had to just like go at it with a brush and just like remove all the stuff. But I was like, all right, all my testing on this thing is showing that this can support the fish I want to get. Fully support the fish I want to get. Like without any problems. But I am playing it safe because the last thing I want is for like these creatures to suffer under my care, right? That's why I'm being so careful, so meticulous, so slow with this. Because if theoretically I could have thrown the fish in immediately. Like genuinely I probably could have. But if they suffered, I would feel fucking awful, and I don't want that experience to cap off this huge goddamn project. So, I do the next best thing. What's something that really loves biofilm? Motherfucking shrimp. Let's go. I got shrimp. So I got 4 shrimp. And they just, like, I acclimated them fully. And they fucking love this bitch. Whoa, shrimp. Yeah. So I have currently 4, or at this time, I had 4 shrimp in this tank. He's shrimping. Yep. And I put only 4 in. They were not enough to deal with all the stuffs. But I wanted to be certain that I didn't kill all the shrimp. So I only put 4 in just to make sure. I would have felt bad if they died, but thankfully they were a little stressed for a little bit, but they did acclimate and they're super chill now. So I went and picked up 6 more of these shrimp. This one actually likes hanging out in this little area too, which is kind of, I love it. But here's the fun thing about these shrimp. They're called golden back shrimp. And I didn't know until after I was buying the rest of them that they're actually a rare shrimp. And Blackwater is actually a breeding space for them. I have a general rule of thumb where I don't cheap out if I'm doing the one thing. Like, I am getting 1 fish tank. I have no plans on getting more fish tank. I have no desire to expand, right? Because I would need to get a different tank, not a metal framed, and that would be really fucking annoying because it would look weird next to this one. So, I always, whenever I'm in that condition, or in that stage where it's like, I'm only doing the one thing, I don't cheap out. If I see a look that I really want for it, I go for that look. Obviously, if it will survive and be healthy and thrive in this space. That's why I'm still trying to balance out exactly what fish I'm going to get. But these shrimp each cost $16. I have 10 of them. It's $160 of shrimp. Oh. And again, I had to preface with, it was a very particular thing I was looking for. They look beautiful in the tank. I am going to get the shrimp I want to fucking get, okay? I'm not getting another tank. So I'm getting the expensive shrimp because they look good. So yeah, golden back shrimp. They're lightly yellow with a solid yellow stripe down their back. They are super visible and vibrant in the fucking tank. Please don't talk about eating my shrimp. I love them. Do not eat my shrimp. Do not joke about eating my shrimp. I actually was super distressed when I put the 4 in initially because they were showing a lot of signs of being stressed out. And I was like, what the fuck happened? What am I doing wrong to my shrimp? Oh my God, what's happening? To be fair, after finding the tank and what he said about it, and then now there's $160. We need a Zay after finding the tank and what he said about it, and then now after there's $160 shrimp. Yep. So yeah, the 4 shrimp were totally fine after a day. I put the other 6 in. They're all doing a great job in there. They're starting to eat the biofilm down. They're actually kind of working from the bottom up, so they're not up here yet. They're currently, where's that super atmospheric one? They're currently all hanging out around on the bottom and occasionally coming up here. But like, I have to go at this whole space and brush it all off and then try and remove as much biofilm as I can. It was like 500 shrimp. Yeah. So yeah, about shrimp breeder turning profit. I could actually do that. I have enough spare glass that I can make a second tank. Just a little tiny shrimp tank. If one of these has eggs, I can take it out, put it in the fucking shrimp tank, and it'll breed, make a lot of shrimp, and I could actually make a lot of money. Like a lot of money off of this fucking tank. This whole project up till now has been about $500. It's a really expensive hobby if you want to do like the one tank rule. And if every shrimp, if I can even sell them for like 12 bucks, they genuinely will make like, God, they'll hatch like, I think they lay like 25 eggs each. So if I even have one breeding pair, it's just like I could actually make my money back. Which is really fucking funny to think about. Oh, the tank, I have another small tank I can use for breeding. I can use for breeding to make my money back. And I also have a contingency in case I do that. I can actually cut holes or put piping in this tank. And instead of having that breeder tank, I can turn it into a sump tank. And all the filter stuff is in that tank. So this tank has no filter or any equipment in it. All it has is a single pipe for in and a single pipe for out. And then that tank just does all the filter. Hell, I could even put the fucking shrimp in that tank and have this tank look so nice. And then the shrimp there are getting like all the beneficial bacteria. They're getting all of the like good nutrients in the space. And they'll be treated like fucking kings and queens. And then I'll steal their kids and sell them for profit. So it's like, I have a contingency if I decide to do that. Assuming that they actually like, you know, lay eggs, if they have eggs, I could actually make a breeding tank, make my money back, and then turn that tank in the future into a addition to this tank. So I have a contingency for it. It's not just crazy to tank talk. So yeah, we have, as of right now, I have 10 very expensive shrimp in a tank that needs to have a little bit more water added to it because just evaporation. And I need to clean it off for a lot of the biofilm just to make sure that the bacteria is still doing well. I'm still doing constant water tests. I'm still like making sure that nothing is going bad. And I'm making sure the plants aren't dying. All the plants are actually doing really well right now. I can go get a photo if y'all want, but it's like the biofilm looks awful right now. Again, it's harmless. The bacteria is living inside the gravel and such too. So it's not like I'm losing it all, but it just looks really bad. But the shrimp are eating it. I haven't fed these shrimp. The shrimp don't need food because the biofilm is what they prefer. And in about like 5-ish days or so, I think I said I would give it about a week with the 10 shrimp. If they're doing fine, I'm getting the fish and it's going to be a finished aquarium. Like, it'll be great. It'll be really great. And I still don't know what I'm going to be putting in here. The shrimp pimp making money from prawn. So I'm going to have a prawn shop. Hey, yo, babe, we got them golden back shrimp. You want that golden back? $20. $20. You want golden back? $20. Thank you for the small. But yeah, the shrimp are really cute. Even if I don't end up with a breeding pair, that means I'm gonna have to get more shrimp because they only live for about 2 years. So, you know, kind of, I will have to eventually replace the shrimp if they don't breed. But this is the perfect conditions for them to breed. So, you know, they should be totally fine. In fact, I have 10 shrimp in there. I only ever see 3 or 4 at a time. Most of them kind of hide in the back because I kind of pointed out back here. This log is kind of bow shaped forwards just so I had a lot of open space back here for plants and fish to hang out. And there's a lot of space to like run in between here. And basically all the gravel down here is completely open. So like, one second, I'm actually going to circle all the spaces that actually you can't reach. The rest of that is completely open. So the shrimp are back there all the time. These shrimp is small, yes. How do you tell if the shrimp has eggs? One second. Do I have one that's from the side? I actually saw one. Yeah, I do have one from the side here. I actually saw one that had eggs at the store. I had to specifically tell them, don't grab that one because I don't know if this area is safe enough for it yet. But they'll have a bunch of fucking neon yellow. They'll have a bunch of neon yellow dots that they have down here. And they're just constantly like they're constantly moving it around to kind of let water and oxygen through to it. And if they hide most of the time, I'll know if they have eggs when a bunch of baby shrimp have shown up. Honestly, because it's such a hiding area, they have plenty of space there's actually even a space underneath the filter. I actually kind of accounted for this. So this filter back here, it actually has a totally open area underneath it that's only about that high. Fish can't get in there, not easily. So if a shrimp ends up wanting to lay its eggs, that would be a fantastic spot. There's also all the plant cover. There's all the dragonstone has all those little nooks and crannies. Can't really see it super well because the plants are kind of hiding it, but there's all these nooks and crannies inside the dragonstone, and all inside this wood is super gnarled. Like almost hollow in some spots. So there's plenty of spaces for them to lay their eggs where the fish won't get to them. Shrimp mamas are mama shrimp are good mamas. Yep, they are. So yeah, the only thing that I am still uncertain is what fish I'm putting in here. I am torn between two and possibly doing both, and that's another maybe. I'm either doing neon tetras or glow light tetras. Now let's make these things size accurate. They're quite small fish. Like that's about, that's even too big. It's like, this is like the size that they're going to be. Trying to base on this bigger one here. That's like max size. Consideration I was picking Mama and Papa of the tank. Oh my god. I can't tell the shrimp apart at all. The only way I know is that one likes hang out here, and that's it. The rest of them are just shrimp in the tank. But yeah, it's like, I'm really torn between these two. Because neon tetras, that blue is fucking iridescent. And it's under this light in this area would like shine. But glow light tetras, that orange stripe is also iridescent. That's an iridescent orange. There. So it would look really fucking good, but I worry it might drown out a little bit in the tank. And, you know, a certain part of me is like, hey, you have a choice here. You could go for the aesthetic option. Now, why not both tetras? A bit of both tetras. So here's where this becomes a slight annoyance. Tetras are a schooling fish. They have to be with a bunch of other of their own kin to feel comfortable. Now, if they feel totally comfortable in a tank, they don't school. They only school for the safety and to help with their stress. So if I get just like one, it will stress out really bad. But once it realizes there's no danger, it will feel totally comfortable and be fine. If I get 5, they'll school, have no stress or far less stress, feel much more comfortable in the tank, and then they will eventually just kind of spread out and do their own thing around the entire tank. Fishy need friends. Exactly. Both these tetras, no, caps is important. Both these tetras are schooling fish. I cannot find exact information on one, how many other fish they need to school and feel comfortable, or 2, if they'll school together. They're both tetras. They are very, very similar fish. Like it's not the same as like breeds of dogs, but they are borderline that. They're still technically their own classic definition of species. They're their own species entirely, but they're very, very similar. And people say that they do school together. So there is a chance I could get like 5 of one and 5 of the other, and they'll school together and feel totally comfortable. Here's where this becomes a slight bit more annoying. And this is where it becomes a harder choice. And I see what you're saying about that color, and I probably will go with the neons if I have to make a choice between the two. But here's where it becomes a more difficult choice. The biggest thing I'm trying to avoid in this tank is overstocking the tank, which is to say there is more fish in here than they are comfortable with having. Like the fish just have no space to go anywhere without seeing another fish. It stresses them out. They like don't feel safe all the time. Now, even schooling fish, you don't want to overcrowd. You can put more schooling fish in a tank than you can non-schooling fish of the same size and requirements because they do feel comfortable around other fish, but you don't want to overstock it. I have found every single calculator and every single bit of advice online, and everything I have seen has said for the size of tetras, including having the 10 shrimp in there, it being a black water, the big like wood in the middle, all the plant life and everything. Everything I see says it can easily handle 10 to 12 fish. I could even bring it up to 16 fish. 16 is about the limit, and I'm not comfortable going up that high at all. But that just shows how much I'm understocking it by. I'm taking off like a good 25% of the theoretical max this tank can handle. Now, again, 10 to 12. I can't find exact info on how many fish they need to school comfortably. Like 4 is too low. 5 is the minimum I see most people say. 6 is like what people recommend. I could get 6 of both. Theoretically, I could get 6 of both. And have 12, and that's kind of the maximum I'm willing to do. Like, genuinely, I'm not willing to go more than that at all, ever. Or I could just get, like, 10 neon tetras. And I don't have any of the glow lights at all. Where's shrimp? Right there. For dead people, my sister goes through a similar thought process. Exactly. Like, my first goal is like, basically, I want the fish to not suffer at all. That was the same thing when I had Keza. I gave Keza up because I could not care for her in a environment where she would thrive her best. I gave her up for that. And that's the same logic I have for the fish. I'm doing everything in my power to make sure they do not struggle because I'm the only means they have of not struggling. It's like a cat. It's like, you give them a bed and a bowl of food and they're fucking fine. Which, by the way, only reason Varasha is even allowed in this bed anymore is because Merv actively refuses this bed now. So, yeah, I guess we have Varasha cam now. Just saying. But like, an animal who's not in a tank, you give them a bowl of food, nice bed, warm spot, bowl of water, they'll be fine. They take care of themselves. Fish, though, a tank animal, you have to take care of them. Okay, wrong button there. That was me. But you have to take care of them fully. Yeah, Merv needs a new bed. Yeah, she actually does need a new bed. So that's why I'm doing everything in my power to make sure these animals are treated correctly. So I'm going to be understocking it because it's never unhealthy to understock it unless it's a schooling fish and you only put 2 in there. Then it's unhealthy for them. But otherwise, it's like, no, I'm going out of my way to make sure that they do not suffer, which is why I really want both of these. I think that they both would bring such an interesting dynamic to this fish tank, and the aesthetic artist side of me is like, just like, hey, like, you know, why don't you just like, you know, do 6 of each? Like, you know, that should be fine. Every single calculator I've seen has said that is totally fine. But the other side of my brain is like, yeah, but is it though? So I'll decide that one later on. Currently, a tank animal, Rimshot. It's just an animal inside of a tank. So currently I'm leaning towards more just the neon tetras. But eventually I might end up looking at adding in glow lights. If the neon tetras are doing totally fine, I might even get just like 6 just to start off. Introduce those into the tank, let them be totally fine. If they're doing fine, then I'll consider getting like 4 more neon tetras, and they will immediately join the school. Like, once you have enough fish in a tank, you don't have to add a schooling number every single time. You can add just 1 or 2. That's fine. They'll feel comfortable. So I can either, you know, get some more neons, but if it looks like it's obviously able to handle the glow lights, I will be getting 6 glow lights as well later on down the line, right? Give it like a week, see that the neon touch is totally comfortable. can't find them ever because they're always hiding in the back, right? I'll get some glow lights so that way, you know, there's some stuff's happening. Yep, I think your idea of playing safe is a good idea for the goal of happiest fish possible. That's the goal. Tank is a great environment, unlike your home, not just to segregate space. Yep. So yeah, that's the current condition of this fish tank. Seeing estimates on 7 tetras and 10 gallons. See, and that's another thing, is that, like, what was it? Hold on. There's actually okay. There's something to note about a lot of the advice you see online. They do not account for it being a blackwater. And that's important. That's actually very important. A blackwater tank can handle more fish because it's actually the conditions they exist in nature. A clear water tank is like not like stressful for them, but it is not the optimal for them. And so you want a little bit less fish in there just so that they feel safer. Like they feel like they can have their safer spaces. And they don't feel crowded or anything like that. In a blackwater tank, literally the tannins in here actually calm them down. It's literally like a tea. It's just kind of funny because in order to get the color back, I put tea in it. I'm not even joking. I had to find a tea that would work for this. Because naturally all the tannins will leave as I'm doing water changes. So I have to reintroduce it somehow. So it's literally, I'm making tea in this thing. I could add more leaves, but eventually, like more actual like detritus leaves, but eventually it'll be too many leaves and it just won't do anything, right? It's all leaf juice. Exactly. It's all leaf juice. But I had to find a very specific type because caffeine will kill fish. Like, hard stop. If you put caffeine in this tank, it will kill all the fish. They will die. So I had to find a tea that is like inherently caffeine free, not, you know, oh, they treat it so it's low caffeine. No. Literally, there is no caffeine in this plant. And it's like totally all natural and everything. I found a tea. It's like rooibos tea or something. ROIBOS or something. I don't know. But anyways, so with that in mind, knowing that it's a blackwater tank, I actually found a calculator for how many fish you can put in a tank. And the best part about this is it will actually say what the temperature ranges of all these fish are, what the pH levels, because black water is way more acidic, and what the hardness of the water it should be to make all the animals comfortable. So I put all the animals I plan on putting into here, and it will not only tell me the conditions to make the tank, but it'll also tell me what like the stocking level of this fish is, or of the tank is. And here's the thing that this thing has found. Yeah, it's a fish calculator. Actually, I can drop the link. It's literally just the link stuff, so if you want to see it. Now, oh wow, never mind, character limit reached. Can't fucking drop that there. Never mind. Y'all don't get to see it. But anyways. Putting in 6 neon, 6 glow lights. Technically, I did 10 cherry shrimps. Cherry shrimps are actually larger than the shrimps I have. So I estimated 10 cherry, because they didn't have the exact shrimps I had because rare breed. So I assumed a larger shrimp would be safer. So I did cherry shrimps. They're also similar in species, so the comfort ranges should be fine. And then I see all this calculator. You put in the exact, like, you know, total size of the tank, or actually total size of the water, because I have 2 inches of headroom up here. So I have to account for the water amount, not the tank capacity, because it's never filled to the brim. And the big thing is that it accounts for the filter, which is actually really fucking cool. Because if you have a really good filter, it can handle more fish. And this filter is rated for 15 gallons, and I have a 10-gallon tank, which right now only has about 8 gallons of water in it. So, according to this calculator, 84% is how much I have stocked in it. Like, I could theoretically even add an extra neon and extra glow light, and according to this calculator, be under the amount. And the only reason I put that much stock into this calculator as to even be like concerned and like to like be willing to do this but still concerned otherwise is because that was the one thing that everyone on all the fucking forums agreed on was that this thing is actually very well made. A little old, but very well made in its calculations. That being said, it's still stuff I found on a forum online, and you know what? They've lied to me so many fucking times. So yeah, there's a chance that I end up with 12 fish in there or not. Hell yeah, lies to you. Lies to me. You told me that what was it? Only 7 tetras in a 10-gallon. So that is the entire story of this aquarium. I can go get a photo of it right now if you want to see, but this was a absolutely absurd adventure so far. From a horrible silicone to shattering glass to picking up 100 fucking razors, shattering razors, dousing myself in fucking harsh chemicals, an emotional roller coaster, and literally like 2 weeks solid of work. By the way, I just want to point out, I love how this turned out because fuck me, I got this branch to literally snake in between a bunch of them and it looks like it's breaking up the fucking, the dragon stone. It's like it's growing through it and it looks so good. Tell only truths, not about tells only lies, do you tell truths? Yes! Even, Wynn doesn't actually know the answer to that riddle. And right now, it is goddamn filled with freaking, with biofilm. Like, genuinely, it looks awful. Like, it's fine, it's healthy, but it looks awful. God, there's so much I have to close out. My throat is hoarse. Hi, horse, I'm throat. And I don't know what to do with these 3 panes of glass. Actually, I don't know what to do with all the glass right now. I might make a fucking breeder. Happy you're happy. Yeah. I hate you all. I've been lying this whole time. Oh, you even hate me? What the fuck? Oh. It's actually one more thing I want to add into this. That's kind of somewhat relevant. This is the glass at the bottom. It's textured. Like it's like kind of roughly textured. And normally metal aquariums have slate on the bottom. They have a layer of slate stone on the bottom. That's one reason why they use asphalt, because silicone doesn't stick very well to stone and to glass. So it's like, you know, oftentimes you see the asphalt and then they use silicone just on the inside just to make a better seal for the most part, but the asphalt carries a lot of the seal. I think this bottom might have been replaced. Yeah, it looks like the glass in a microwave. It was that exact same texture as that like glass disc in a microwave. And remember, this was in a small town in North Dakota on a farm like 20 minutes out of town. The nearest Walmart is a 40-minute drive, let alone a place you can get fish stuffs at. There's a chance this was repaired into having that glass bottom, the one that was there, and it originally should have had a slate bottom. There's no way for you to know, because good luck finding an Oscar fish tank. So yeah, that has been my fucking really long journey into how I almost have a fish tank. Right now it's a shrimp tank. What was I doing? Shrimp czar. Yeah. $160 a shrimp. The fish are less expensive than the shrimp. That's wild to me that the shrimp are more expensive than the fucking fish. Because the fish are like $7-8 each. Neon Tetras are really common. Does this mean you can ask someone to go check on Oscar and see how those shrimps fish are doing? Actually, yes. That's exactly what that is. Funny story. When I first put the water in the tank, you know, I put all the botanicals in there so it would start getting all tea colored. I had it cycle for a couple of days. The next morning, the light that I had on top was knocked down and off the back. And I went, well, that's really curious. That's right, I have cats. They're not going near this again, aren't they? Sure enough, that tank has been untouched for days. Varasha will look at it sometimes, but she will look at it from a distance. And I was like, I will probably have to put a lid on that tank at some point, and I have enough spare glass. I can cut some glass for it, and hopefully it would be fine. I'm a little bit concerned about that one because there's no lid for a metal tank. It's just not easy to do. There's no like lip to set glass into, so I have to sit on top of. I have a little bit of bracket stuffs I could use just to make sure it doesn't get pushed around. But like, if I get the fish and they look, you know, cats are really interested in the fish, then I'm going to be doing two things. One, I'm going to be moving it into here, so I have the fish tank right over there, so I can keep an eye on it. That's one. And two, I'll be getting a lid and some clasps for it. It also will reduce the evaporation, because it does kind of evaporate a lot. It's definitely haunted, just asking for it. Yeah. So this one, yeah. Hey, is the fish tank haunted? I wish this mic would always pick up the cat mews. And she doesn't have the smarts for cat cam, by the way. Like, she won't eat treats out of your hand. She doesn't understand the concept of a treat in your hand. It only it has to be in her bowl. And if I pick her up, she'll want to cuddle on me, not look at the camera. She doesn't have that concept that Merv does. So she wouldn't be very good for cat cam at all. She just won't be. So, you know, that's a thing. But yeah, we could do a fish cam. Cue fish cam, and it's just like you see Varasha trying to dip her paws on it. Although now it like doesn't smell like, you know, clean water, so they're probably not gonna want to fuck with it. But Varasha likes seeing the shrimp. Yeah, I am just casually concerned because I've said I only see like 4 shrimp at a time. I'm casually concerned that like Varasha somehow managed to eat some of the shrimp. Like, I have seen no evidence of that yet. Her only interest in has been in seeing it, and that's it. But, you know, just concerned. Shrimp aren't going to be super visible all the time, so whatever. Will the fish be smart enough to eat treats out of your hand? Sadly, no, because Tetras aren't that smart. But, like, my first draft idea was to get a betta. But that, you know, don't really want to get a betta fish. Yeah, fun fact, betta fish naturally are found in black water. Like, that is actually directly where they are from. So this is actually the perfect conditions for a betta. But, you know, and even then, bettas are a wide range of personalities. Some of them are fucking furious at everything, and other ones are, like, super chill. There's some that you can't even have shrimp with. With a worse fish. I went with a fish that was more predictable. Also, Beta wants, what is it? A Beta will, oh my gosh, brain, yeah. A Beta needs like 20 gallons, roughly. Like, to be super comfortable, it needs like 20 gallons, so I just, like, removed all hope for wanting a Beta. A Betas just want to fight. Not all of them, actually. That's actually something that was interesting for me to find. In terms of fish, Betas actually have, like, personalities? It's like, there's very few fish that, like, of that size that actually are, like, as different per fish as fucking Betas are. And it's really fucking weird. There are some that will actually act, or sorry, not some, it's actually fairly common. But sometimes they will just try and jump out of the tank. They will just fucking jump out of the tank. Like, you cannot have it be rimless, or you can't have it be lidless unless you have the water like 3 inches below the top. Yeah, like sometimes they'll the ones that do fight, yeah, they'll fight with other Betas or fish the same size, or it's actually really common for a lot of fish. They will take the nip at the fins of other fish. And the annoying thing is that Tetras can get along really well with Betas. You can actually have Tetras and Betas in the same tank rather easily a lot of the times. But the thing is that if the Tetras don't like the Beta, they'll slowly nip at all the fucking fins of it. If the Beta doesn't like the Tetras, it'll try and fucking attack them. Yep. There's some of those Beta's veils. Yep. So it's like, a Beta can get along with other fish, but you have to be very careful and you have to be willing to relocate them entirely if it doesn't go well. I wonder if maybe the relation to made them benefit from diversity of personality. It was like the, oh gosh, basically like the swamp waters of Amazon, if I remember correctly. Actually, Princess owns so many that at one point she had 15 different tanks. See, that's what I don't want to become. I love setting up the tank. I don't know if I'm going to love maintaining a tank. But, you know, fish, Tetras only live to be like 2.5, 3 years, 4 years at most. So if I'm really annoyed at it, it's not terribly long, and I will make sure they are very happy fish for the entire duration of their lives. You want to set their personalities, but do? Yes, absolutely true. And yeah, to be fair, the jury is still out on, and this kind of comes down to your definition of personality, but the jury is still out on what exactly is going on with Betas. Like, it might not even be a case of like, oh, this one was born to be just like super fucking angry at stuff. It's like, no, it actually had like some type of early condition that just made it like, it just felt the strong need to fight stuffs, and you know what? That's just what it keeps on doing. And so it's really hard to fully piece down stuff, especially when you get to a small animal, right? This applies for every small animal, unless like you clearly, like you can clearly see the attention to want to do a thing, intent to do a thing, and understanding of doing a thing and a cause and effect out of it. It's like, it's really hard to notice if they have a personality or if they're just reacting to stimuli in their way. The Kyles of the fish world. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. By the way, this head is just not looking good. So yeah, that's why I was gone for like 3 weeks. Was to build a fish tank. And we're probably gonna end up with a fish cam. if I end up moving the tank over into here, because to be honest, 10 gallons of water is like 100 pounds, let alone the fact it's a metal frame, all the glass, and all the substrate stuff's in there. Well, I guess the water would be more dense than that, but anyways. So moving it in here might be a bit of a pain in the ass. Actually, no, I don't know if I can move it in here. If I'm actually a huge phobia of fish. So you're gonna donate all of your collected fish to the EU fund. Art? Art's not real. But no, I don't think I even can move it in here because, well, I do have the outlets that are fully supporting of like an aquarium. The lighting I have in here wouldn't be very good for them because it's lit in here a lot more than the light cycle of that aquarium. So they'd be getting a lot more light than they should. And the fish might struggle with that, and the plants absolutely would. Does a fish check, screams. Yeah, and then after today's stream, I have to go and grab the VOD because I totally forgot to hit record on my OBS. The entire story. Didn't do too much. Oh, what time is it? It's already 1:10. Holy crap. Been at this for a while, huh? That story took a long time. It was like 3 weeks of adventure, so I think that's valid. That's fair, it takes a bit. What's in your aquarium? Let me know. The big jar is like 3 Marmo and nothing else. Oh, if it makes you happy. Oh yeah. Side note about what that fucking aquarium store has. Being in quotes is terrifying. Nah, it's fine. Don't think about it. Yeah, that fish store in town. Where I said it's like, you know, it's kind of small, like smaller town for hobby stores. They also had animals for sale, like not just fish. They had other animals. And I put a photo of a couple of them, including a chameleon, a breeding pair of bearded dragons, and including all the kids that they had, by the way. Like all the kids were there too, which is funny to me. It's like, yeah, these like they're selling them and also the eggs. Like if you want them, you can. Multiple different spiders, which is really neat to see. Like tarantulas and such, like just fascinating to see stuffs like that for sale. And again, hobby store in a small town. And poison dart frogs. When I saw the poison dart frogs, I was that close to changing what I'm getting, what my aquarium was going to be. This close. Fun fact for anyone who's not aware, poison dart frogs are only poisonous because of the foods that they eat. They will always be super brightly colored, but they will be completely harmless if you feed them properly and not, you know, the natural stuff they want to eat or that they would find in nature to eat. That is where they get their poison from. They develop it from the foods that they consume. So you can absolutely have poison dart frogs and like hold them and everything and they will not kill you. Yeah, what really stopped me was that I was so far down the path of getting a Blackwater aquarium. I was like, theoretically I don't have the fish or any of the stuff to put in the tank yet. So I could change it, but I kind of don't want to this late. And also, they kind of need a bit more like, what was it? I worried that 10 gallons wouldn't be enough. I don't know how much they needed. I didn't even look into it. I wasn't going to tempt fate and look into it. So don't know how much space they would have needed. If they needed more than one, right? That's another issue. If I needed to get more than one poison dart frog, that's another hard out. And I didn't, and maintaining those type of tank conditions is really annoying and difficult. So I didn't want to, like, again, accidentally put them in a situation in which they're suffering. Gotta wear gloves to avoid using knockdown mucus, right? Actually, not really. Like, you can actually pick up frogs without any problem. I can't speak to poison dart frogs. They might have different care instructions. Again, I did not look into them. Yeah, also just don't eat them. Well, the poison from poison dart frogs can actually seep through your skin and kill you. It's like, it's very potent stuffs. It's like, you don't want to touch them. Don't eat them through your skin. Exactly. Yep. Don't consume frogs through osmosis. Death by Dart Frog sounds like a bad band name. It does sound like a bad band name, actually. Yeah. Pretty colors. Listen, just don't touch them in nature. Get your own poison dart frog. We have poison dart frogs at home. Poison dart frogs at home. Actually, poison dart frogs and super friendly. Because, you know, once they recognize you as like, oh yeah, this is the thing that feeds me, they are super happy to see you. And you can totally pick them up and engage with them and everything. Did it solve poison dart frogs? That was the secret all along. It's crazy. Wild toads. I like wild toads, they're goofy. Yep, wild toads are pretty great. A lot of wild animals, which are pretty freaking cool to find. Mind you that I did a thing video where he wanted to make a pond for the frogs in his backyard. So he did everything in his power to make a little habitat for frogs and make them happy. Just in his backyard, just because. He just wanted frogs. Yeah, right now I'm just establishing color on this. Like, I already know that this stream is not going to be very productive, but it's good for me to kind of get back into swing of things. So I just wanted to, at the stage, just kind of make a thing. Just say, oh yeah, I'm doing the thing now. Are the frogs gay? They can't be if they want to. Their proclivities are nothing of me. Like no choice of mine, nor no issue of mine to ask. I think the real question is, why are you asking so much about gay frogs? What if I put chemicals in water and the freaking frog's gay? Nah. That's not how that works. Sorry, bun. There's no magic gay juice. Now look at the remix. Have fun. I like mocktails, disagree. I like mocktails, and I disagree. There's no magic gay juice. Mocktails are magic gay juice? Used to me. I'm a real manly man. I like women. I drink actual cocktails. My appletini is not dry. Trade that tooth is the gold one. Oh, it's more like it's cocking it. Yep. Absolutely true. 2023 is 69% complete. Nice. Oh. That's great to know. That's paired with slug cats. Gay slug cats. Let's go. Yeah, I'm gonna have to like finish some of the house stuffs I wanted to have done for winter. Because like unless I want to get a lot more ice dams, I'm going to need to go up on the roof and install that one fan, as well as I need to call it. But okay, I cannot find a certain bit of information, and this is a very bizarre thing I can't find. So I want to have somebody come by, and like a professional come by, and like basically just check all the insulation in the house, like make sure everything is like there's enough of it. Like the gap around doors and windows and such is like appropriate and will seal up things. Like that's the big thing, is I know the insulation I have in a lot of the spaces here is not sufficient. And I want to have somebody come by and install these things. At the very least, give me the complete list of what is not sufficient, and I can go and do those, or have somebody go do those. What is the name of somebody I can call for this? Because the best I can find is the process is called weatherization. But if I try and find any information on weatherization, all that I find is basically just sites saying, hey, if you're low income, here's ways you can help with getting, with like, weatherizing your home. Like, these are subsidies you can take and everything. I'm like, I just want to know who the fuck I contact, not get money for it. Carpenter? It's like, that's kind of what I would think. But a carpenter has such a wide range of skills that, like, I feel like there has to be someone who knows insulation really well, right? Like, that doesn't sound crazy to me. Maybe it is crazy. I think you're crazy. You always think I'm crazy. Your opinion is not. Can I really stack with this? That's awful. Yeah, actually looks fine once I apply it correctly. Increase field of insulation. I know. Insulation contractor? It's like I can't find anything. At least I can't find anything easily. It's like I would presume it'd be like, an insulation contractor. That doesn't sound awful. That doesn't sound incorrect. It's like I'm gonna have to do more looking into this. A lot of this research was like, me basically going, okay, Google, find this for me while I was driving and having it read out articles for me. So, I haven't sat down and looked too closely at a lot of things, but it was really annoying that all I could find was winterization, like for low income families. It's like, I don't need that. I don't even know how much it costs. Says I made it from rubber. Oh, rubber is very insulating around your area. All right, I'll look into specifically insulation contractors then. Thank you. Yeah, hell, even just getting an inspection done of stuff. I know that the attic is not sufficient, but that should cost around like $10,000 or more to redo or to add enough insulation up there, and it's like, I don't want to do that. I just want to like clean up all the door frames. Got pinged in a thing. I'm kind of curious what's going on with this. I got pinged in a Telegram chat. Someone saying it's my shark. I was like, what? Oh, no, it's like the origins of that that starting soon thing I have. Okay. Gab. Yeah. Ba-da-ba-da. No idea what I'm doing with this art. Like, genuinely. Abra. Oh, someone's asking what shark gift that even is. 1 second. Oh gosh, where is this thing? I'm just gonna send this over to this chat. Bam. Let me zoom out on this a little bit so at least y'all can see the current progress. That I love the black effect, but gosh, that is gonna take a bit. How did I make that? Was that last year? Oh, that folder. 2 years ago. Alright, found the GIF. Alright, 2021, I guess. Look at that. Slugs? What did I miss?
Platypus? What's a platypus doing on
Oh,
stream?
I didn't miss platypus.
That is on the platypus!
Pretty certain I did not miss platypus. Platy slug. He's angrily eating a slug. Ah. Well, I'm not gonna argue. You am gonna argue it. Stay on loot bugs. Don't know what a loot bug is, so neutral.
A platypus? What's a platypus doing on stream? That is on the
There
platypus!
is no platypus on stream. There never was. Deep Rock Galactic. I see it's Deep Rock Galactic. I'm gonna say totally neutral. I played Deep Rock Galactic like 3 times. So there you go. Contra Animal, hello. Hope you're doing well. I'm over here drawing up a thing just to like do so and kind of get back into the swing of things at all. I just told the entire story about my aquarium. You know, I love that there's like, for, you know, talking about Deep Rock Galactic, it's like there's the whole community side of it and it has this whole personality to it. But like, I could not play the game unless I had at least one other friend. Would probably need like 2 other friends minimum. And I was like, I don't want to do that. And so I just kind of stopped playing it entirely. Listening to Gay Frogs on repeat. Okay. It's been a while and a half since I've tuned in. Well, welcome back from a while and a half ago. What was the last thing you heard? We can kind of carry on that conversation. Mostly play with friends. Yeah, it's like, I had a few friends that I could play with. But I don't know. With me, a lot of my like video gaming time, I don't want to have other people around because, you know, only so much social energy in a day. And if the thing I want to play requires other people and like communication, It's like, just makes me not want to play it. So I just stopped playing it. It's like, yeah, people can enjoy it. That's fine. So I love it. Hold on. It's like I'm actively harassing you. It's like, no, I need to know what you're doing, Entabo. All right. Go to you in my life. I mean, fair. But you don't update me on like any of the important stuff. You just kind of like update me on the really mundane stuffs and then occasionally go like, oh yeah, this thing. It's like, oh, thanks. Games more enjoyable with friends that I've mostly played alone as Sea of Thieves. Yay. It's like, and I think that there should be games that require the social aspects. If they're designed around it, it's a much better experience. It's just, I probably won't play them, and that's fine. That's why I've like barely ever done anything in Left 4 Dead. Because like, yeah, there's the AI. Anyways, they're okay. Don't call me out. I will call you to go out.
What?
Hey, Bun, do you want to go out?
Shut up.
Is that it? Is that a no?
We're already going out.
She hung up on me. I think that's a yes.
Rar. Rar. Rar.
Rar indeed. So does that count as a call out post or? So I love that you answered that and sounded so done already. It's like, what? What? What are you gonna do without me? Actually, like, have rest and relaxation? It's impossible. Well, yeah, I wasn't exactly hidden what I was going to do. Or sorry, what I was going to DD. You made me pause gay frogs. How dare you? How dare you? Why'd you have to pause it just to hear me? Why didn't you just have that shit blasting in the background? Like, really? That's not a me problem. There should have been a gay frog thing. I think that's what Hentabo is saying here, yeah. I think Hentabo is trying to say that I should have been a gay frog. But then we wouldn't have been together, so, you know. Kissing frogs is how you die. No. It depends on what they've eaten. That determines if they're poisonous or not. If they're gay frogs, we at least have some type of an idea on what the really bad humor. Welcome to the stream. Help. I can't help you with gay frogs. I'm sorry. You keep asking that of me, but it's like it's an impossible task. It's wild that I have to keep telling you that, honestly. God, this song just reminded me. I'm gonna have to find friggin' Armored Core music to put in this playlist if I can. Yeah, I've been having fun with Armored Core. That's literally, like I said, the only things I've been doing is rebuilding an aquarium, Armored Core. Everything else has been like streamed to Tentabo, so people already should know what's going on. Or go check out the VOD channel, I guess. Armored Core, Night Core. Armored Night Core. It's just fantasy music. That's just fantasy music again. So, yeah. Fantasy music, but sped up. Yep, totally. You know, one thing I've been having fun with that is like designing the ACs, the armored cores, as though my characters are pilots. The first playthrough was as Val, and don't know if the ship really fits her super well, but I mean, it was fun for me, and that's what was important. I just kind of designed it around Val. This new ship is absolutely fucking, it's based on Saffron, just through and through. And it's actually been wrecking house and it's been really funny. I looked up and apparently it's, the build I have right now is apparently the meta PvP build. Like it's very, very similar to like what people use for PvP in all of the fights. And that's funny as fuck to me that I just stumbled on it by accident. Oh, this sounds like fun. Oh, let's do this thing. Let's try this thing out. All right. Oh, this is like killing everything in like 10 seconds. What the fuck? Goblin music. God, what was it? Oh, fuck. There's... God, what the fuck is that song? There's a song by Spice 8 Rack where it's like Goblin Sea Pirates or something, or Goblin Sea Pirate Monkeys. I think that's it. Goblin Sea Pirate Monkeys. And he made this entire freaking song just because he really likes Goblin Sea Pirate Monkeys and Magic the Gathering, and he put it up on Bandcamp just for people to like have it as well. It's Goblin Sea Pirate Monkeys. What game? The Goblin Sea Pirate Monkeys? That's from Magic the Gathering. We're talking like, I accidentally made another meta build. That is Armored Core 6. Goblin D's nuts. Should I get the Slugma emote in here? Armored Core meta build is Goblin Sea Pirate Monkeys. God, that sounds amazing. Slugma dick. We don't have the Slugma emote here, no. The really fast Slugma emote that I just threw together. God, I am exhausted. It doesn't help that I have a new light, so it's way brighter on me now. Wait, what's the temperature in my office? My office is still only 75 degrees. I don't know how. Maybe it wasn't a good day to wear like the overshirt and to have a new light. That's probably not the wisest option I've done. Yeah, so I went through the clearance section of a Walmart and found a giant ring light that was intended for like, oh, you can do vlogs on your phone. Like, look, it has a little phone stand on it and everything. It's like, all right, but how much is the giant ring light? $5. When I'm willing to try a giant ring light for $5. It was on the clearance rack. I was not expecting much. It's like, how much is this thing normally? Like, how much of a discount is this? It normally is $15. For context, the 2 lights that I use for like my main lighting cost like $50 each. Actually, no, a little bit more than that, I think. I don't know. That's on the I have a third one of those on the throne if you want to see the actual price of it. But they're like, lights are expensive for good lighting. It's not cheap. And I got one for $5. I was like, even if it's not great, it was only $5. Let's see, because I wanted to improve the lighting in here. It is actually quite a good light. Unfortunately, everything else is the worst. The tripod it comes with cannot hold it up for long periods of time. Literally, the tripod does not have enough strength to lock. So it just kind of slowly slides down a bit. The cable, it's a good thing that the tripod doesn't just the legs don't lock, the arm locks. Although if I put my phone in it, it might be too heavy and it might slowly actually sink the tube of the tripod. But the tripod bottom does not lock at all. It's a good thing it doesn't lock though, because if it went to max height, the cable's almost not long enough to reach a plug. It's absurd how cheap this thing is. The light itself, decent. Everything else, how? How did this happen? So anyways, I have a new light. It's actually not even, it's quite bright, but it's not that hot, which is kind of interesting. It's just like an LED thing. I'd show it, but I'd be pointing a camera at a light. It's like, congrats, it's a light. But you may notice that the lighting's a lot better in here. Or you didn't notice. And it doesn't matter, because it is. And oh heck. This is turning into a much bigger project than I had initially planned. Hi, welcome to almost all my art ever right now. Well, I'll just quickly rebuild an aquarium, whatever. This turned out a much bigger project than I planned. Oh, you know, I'm just gonna do like, you know, a few minor streams just to kind of like catch up on some stuff. This turned out much more than I planned. Yeah, on the like list of just minor stuffs to try and like finish this week is like gosh, like at the end of the list, of course. It's not super important, but I need to update the tarot cards again because print sizes are bullshit and never make sense for some reason. Well, what? Oh, we only have about an hour left in stream. Let's see if I can power through. Or if that's a massive fucking mistake. The next week is CozyCon. Wow. Oh shit, I just remembered also, I need to have my new candy system set up for October. Like I can pretty much be certain I can use what I had before. I just have to update some stuff. And also I can make it much smarter. Yeah, I don't even know what I'm gonna have for the October like prizes. I do love that one of them took like 4 or 5 months to complete because I just never got the info on it. Like, you know, they had a thing going on, so they're just gonna get back to me on it, and everyone kept forgetting. Candy candy me want. You have a whole month to think. Yeah, but the more that I say I have a whole month to think, the more likely that I will not think about it until I have only like 3 days. Honestly, the big thing with it is not so much that like it's a, you know, big free art thing. It's that new partner push and see how much better we did from last year. It's like, genuinely don't think I'll do as well as last year, but you know, we'll see. I'll probably talk with a couple of people just see if I can't set up something beforehand, because that might be kind of nice. Again, I always call it a partner push, but really it's not. That's just the only thing people can kind of relate to. Executive dysfunction, baby! I know. Yeah. But no, it's like, we've not ever gotten 2 numbers that would be partner levels. But it's way easier to say that than it is to say, let's see how many we have. Oh. Honestly, the more I think about it, the more I think that for that best chance of success, I'm going to have to actually schedule out the month. Be like, you know, these days we're doing these things, this day we're doing this thing. And just try and make every day an event of some sort.
Stretch your wrist, Zay.
Okay, fine, I'll stretch my wrist. Yeah, just try and make every different day some type of event. It's probably the most possible thing I can think of immediately. Zooming out, that's actually not bad. If I just put some highlighting on that and clean up that one spot next to the nose, that should actually be fine. Beeps. You better have as well. Thank you for redeeming. Thing to remind me that I have to, you know, take care of myself. Beeps. Get a fish cam set up for October. Just, you know, so many points, just fish cam for a few seconds. Just see how the fish are doing. Stretch the other wrist. Nope. Make me. Redeem it yourself. Coward. Yep, well, there you go. No Engi allowed. You didn't make me stretch my wrist. No Engi allowed. You're not redeeming the stretch the other wrist thing, so no. Now, this hair is probably the last thing that really needs to be highlighted on this. And do I, like, it's an hour before my stream end. My brain is tired. I have other things I can work on, and I would like to work on them. But do I just end?
Stretch, bitch, oh whoa.
Hey, stretching my back. Ugh. There you go. I stretched. Thank you for the biddies. Almost done. There it was. The bits are the uwu. Or as I realized I call him bitch. What the hell did I say? Don't indicate anything related to this. I like thank you for the bits. Did my stretch? I don't know. Bottom energy. Okay. Howdy, Silas. The fact that I do not even know what you're replying to really indicates that I should probably call that a stream. Even though I set the schedule for 3. It's only 2, but it's just like, ugh. No one told me to take the lunch break. What the fuck? Forgot. Take the lunch break as well. Ignore you for like 5 minutes? Why would I ignore you? You bring so much light to my life. Don't ignore me, bitch. Pay attention to me. Alright, let's put in some like craggles along the facial structure. Shark want attention. I do want attention. That's just the default state of being. Keep shark attention. Does that work? For some reason, I like never see it in time, or it's just not working. I have no idea. I know it's not very long. Give me a snack. I'll give you a snack. Come on over. I have a bunch of fruit cups in the fridge. You can have some fruit. It worked. Yep. Okay. Thank you. Fruit cup. Sure, good enough. Put on a basic background. Really craving Babana. Cabana. Be the change you want to see in the world. Go acquire banana. Indulge monkey side of brain. Can't have Babana. Wait, you're allergic to Babanas? Damn. Some bars I haven't made yet. Not doing too much to also do that today. It just means you have more for later. Because you're not eating them now. So you're helping out Future TO. Future TO gets more lemon bars. Think of it that way. Current TO got stuff done that they need to get done. Because you've done enough today. All right. Yeah, that looks done to me. And I'm actually gonna put this sketch over into the Discord. Just people will be like, use this if you want. Nope. Move you out of the way. Thank you. Hello, Riru. Ha! We've tricked you into another sub. Get fucked. Thank you, Riru. Come on.
Let me cover this. Bit. Get bit on. Scrub. Anyways, we hope that you're well. My brain is fried. I actually forgot to hit record on this today's stream, so I need to grab the VOD and put that up on the new YouTube stuff. So that'll be fun. But yeah, no, I'm probably gonna be ending this soon. Yeah, no, you can't bite anyone else. You can either bite Riru or Riru can bite everyone. Them's the rules. So call the ambulance. Riru, 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 Riru. $25? Fuck me. I haven't even cleared 24 yet. Record now. Do the aquarium story again. We'll pretend we haven't heard it before. Oh god, no. I would not be able to make it through that again. What's today? Okay. They've been drawing this for 2 years. Please stop. So I'll stop when I want to. Anyways, it's done. That's our 2 hours to complete. All right. I'm probably gonna call this. Like, I feel like I could keep drawing, but then I would be completely silent for the whole purpose of the whole duration of it, and I've been silent already so much so far. My brain is fried. It's hot as fuck in here. I don't know why I don't have as much energy as I should. Go eat a food. I ate like a really good breakfast today too. It's like, it's really confusing to me. All right, let me just take a quick look to see if there's someone online. Where is my Firefox with? There it is. Oh, Mythix is online. Yeah, sure. Beat everyone over to Mythix. Yeah, my brain is just fucking gone. Yeah. So yep, going over. Raid Mythics. Be good beans. I will see y'all in the tomorrow where we're gonna be doing art and actually working on the freaking to-do list a bit. It's the current goal. What? I just got back from like a long break. Yeah, I got it right at the end. Yeah, I got back from like a long break. It's like I always do shorter streams when I get back. So tomorrow we're doing another stream. And then expect next stuff next week, I guess. Go hiss at Mythix. Blame Mythix for not being able to hang out in here. Sorry, Riru. Sorry. But my brain's fried. I wouldn't even be entertaining even if I continued on. I'll see y'all later.